Hello. On behalf of my research collaborator, Jocelyn Froimovich, and myself, Johanna Muszbek, we would like to welcome you on the second day of the How Do We Live Symposium in Venice. Those of you who are online and the ones who are here with us at Palazzo Michiel. Those of you who are registered via Eventbrite can send us questions after each panel. I would also like to thank our sponsors. Special thanks to the Ministry of Culture in Chile and the University of Liverpool, and of course our host, the European Cultural Center here in Venice. I would also like to welcome the panelists who generally accepted our invites. How Do We Live program aims to negotiate the practical, theoretical, and speculative aspects of housing design, aiming to bridge through design between the conceptual, theoretical, technical problematics that allow to rethink housing for future urbanities. The program finds itself in different forms of research, teaching, exhibits, such as the one here at Palazzo Mora as part of the Biennale, and publications and events such as this symposium. Yesterday we discussed housing through the notions of crisis and typology. Today we would like to begin with the first panel that will tackle language politics in relation to housing. How Do We Live looks at housing as a project of and for the masses. Housing's public exposure through public and private discourses may unfold a deeper analysis on all stakeholders. If debates and advertisement are discussed on behalf of an argumentative thinking, looking into housing has been portrayed in these societies may offer an opportunity to rethink architecture's eloquence. When housing stakeholders are even more diversified and when power amongst them is ever more inequivalent, which kind of language can architects use?
So with that, we would like to introduce our two panel chairs. Here with us at Palazzo Michiel is Francisco Diaz, and online we have Nick Ray. Francisco Diaz is an architect, master's in architecture from the Universidad Católica, and MS in critical curatorial and conceptual practices in architecture from Columbia University. Since 2015, he is the editor-in-chief of Ediciones ARQ and ARQ magazine in Chile. After his book, Contemporary Pathologies, Architecture Essays After the 2008 crisis, was published in 2019 in Chile and Spain. It was awarded at the 2021 Biennial of Spanish Architecture and Urbanism. He has co-curated the exhibition Chilean House, Domestic Images, exhibited at La Moneda Cultural Center in Santiago. Francisco is assistant professor at the School of Architecture of the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, has edited more than 80 books and magazine issues, 20 magazine issues. And then we have with us online Nicholas Ray from Cambridge University Jesus College. Nicholas Ray is Reader Emeritus, Fellow of Jesus College at Cambridge University, and visiting professor in architectural theory at the University of Liverpool. In addition to articles, he's the author of Cambridge Architecture, A Concise Guide, Risorse Forme Architecturale, Alvar Aalto and Architecture and Its Ethical Dilemmas, Rafael Moneo, Building, Teaching, Writing, and Philosophy of Architecture. He is a consultant at NRAP Architects, Cambridge, much of whose work has been for tertiary education. So with this, I would like to thank you, first of all, and thank all the panelists, and have Francisco and Nick online take the chair.
Thank you so much, Johanna and Jocelyn, and all the people that it's here and behind those screens. We have this afternoon speakers from Santiago, London and Shanghai, and I think we will start with Santiago, isn't it?
Yes.
So I will start introducing two super good friends from Santiago, which I really like to hear what they're going to say. First, we will have Alejandra Celedón, who's an architect from the Universidad de Chile in 2003, MS, Masters in Advanced Architectural Studies from the Bartlett UCL, and PhD from the Architectural Association in London in 2014. She was the curator of Stadium, the Chilean Pavilion at the 2018 Venice Architecture Biennale, and co-curator of the plot Miracle and Mirage, at the third Chicago Architecture Biennial in 2019. And her publications include the Stadium in 2018 and the essays The Chilean School in 2020 and The Plot in 2021. And she's now the head of the Masters in Architecture at the School of Architecture of the Católica University in Chile. And we also have Sebastián Gray, who's architect also from the Catholic University in Chile from 1985, and he has a master's in architecture studies from MIT in Boston from 1988. He's a teacher and independent architect. He's partnered at Bresciani Gray Architects, and he's professor at the School of Architecture at the Catholic University. He was the president of the Chilean College of Architects, member of the National Council of Urban Development, member of also the National Council of Culture and the Arts in Chile, and he was the curator, actually, of the Chilean exhibitions at the Venice Biennale in 2002, 2004, and 2010. And he's currently part of the board of Espacio Público Study Center dedicated to public policies, and part also of the board of Fundación Iguales. So I want to hand over the word to Alejandra first, and then Sebastián.
Just a minor note for all our presenters. We had experiences of all sorts yesterday. I will have to play the role of the timekeeper. Yeah. I apologize for that role because it's not a very fun thing to do, but this dual online, offline system. So at around 13 minutes, I'll ask you to please wrap up your presentations. Thank you.
So Jocelyn will be the whip.
Police.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction, Francisco, and for the invitation to Jocelyn, Johanna, and Camilo, and for connecting us from such distant places in this event. I'm going to share my screen, and I promise to stick to the time, Jos.
My reputation.
For the same reason, I brought like 3 exhibitions that I think they might tackle this relation between words, language, politics, and housing. But the third one in gray, it's actually ongoing, in progress. So if we don't arrive there, it won't matter. So the first one, I guess that the 3, but these exhibitions describe a certain path, a certain temporal distance, because they revisit politics and programs regarding housing on the past. So it is let's say a temporal or historiographical distance, but also a spatial one, because it connects the center of the city of Santiago in this case with the periphery, and that relates to the 3, I think. But they also, each one, I think, sets forth certain rhetoric regarding housing, and what also they connect, at least the first 2, is that they were policies and programs implemented during the dictatorship years in Chile, that also meant like a certain force in which they were implemented, and the ways actually they were transmitted and communicated in terms of language. You had like an officialist press, for instance, and another, all the oppositional press actually censored. So it's also like an interesting moment to study in terms of that relationship of language. So the first one, as Francisco said, it was prepared with a larger team, Stephanie Fell, Thomas Villalón, Javier Correa for the Venice Biennale in 2018, and the plot was co-curated with Nicolás Stutzin and Javier Correa for the Chicago Biennale a year after. And then both act as this measure of territorial distance between the center and the periphery, and also between the past of the city and its present. And both help us, both trajectories help to understand the urban phenomena, the current urban phenomena in this journey. So Stadium, and I'm going to try to describe it very fast, describe an event and a process in which of handing over of land titles that occur at the end of the 80s in the hands of the new National Urban Development Policy of 1979 that ran in parallel with programs such as the eradication and also as a communal subdivision, the subdivision of districts. So in Stadium, like in terms of language again, they tried to install a new urban subject from poblador to ownership. We call it from poblador to propietario, and that's very strong. The idea of having like a more communal subject that construct their own reality to the idea of an owner, but the same token of a debtor. And we're trying to go for that very fast because it is a complex project, but what happened there is that in a spring of 1979, there was this event in which they gathered settlers from all over the city to process 37,000 property titles in one day. And the people that would come to the stadium that day, they would be old receivers of a previous public policy regarding housing called Operación Sitio, Operation Site, or called by its detractors Operation Choc, in which people that were occupying lands, either like as a taking of lands or organized, they were occupying for decades these sites. And in this action, as a tabula rasa, they were given and they made them sign property titles, but by the same token, they become debtors of a lot, of a plot, very far from the center of the city, in their outskirts. And this operation that occurred in the 60s, it was a reaction to a very strong migration from from rurality to cities. And what the government managed to give them was a site, just a site of 9 by 18 meters, like a plot, sometimes semi-urbanized, sometimes not urbanized at all. So actually what they were selling was land that it was previously in the hands of the state. So here, for instance, we have some images from the press at the moment, as the audience of this event then were receivers of these previous initiatives, and these people, to be able to call a piece of the city of their own, they had to demonstrate certain financial savings over several installments before they would advance to this another list, not this time for a piece of land, because they were already occupying it, but for this piece of paper with the property title inscribed upon it. These are drawings that we made for the pavilion, in which we went to each place, to each slum, to each población, and we reconstruct this idea of a stadium that for one moment describes a city that we marginalized to its borders. And these are like posters previous to the event that circulated in the official press. This says today at the stadium, the National Stadium, owner. The idea is of property from poblador. And poblador was an urban subject that was gradually constructed during the 60s and 50s, 60s, and even early 70s, that it's trying through language and through this act to change. So this event that was held during the military dictatorship announced a new housing policy that would transform the nature of social housing from an unalienable right to a commodity that can be traded depending on the saving capacity of potential owners. Henceforth, it would be the market now, subsidiary, and not the welfare state, who would regulate from the cost of the land to the construction. So from settled to owner, and from the same currency debtor. So what crystallized that day at the stadium when granting debt instruments that had specific special coordinates outside the city, and it fixed a city that had actually no plan, reinforcing the historic urban segregation of Santiago. And that's the trajectory that helped us to understand our current city through their policies. So this is a booklet that circulated in the officialist press. You had to find your slum, your villa, your población, your name, and you would know how to enter to the stadium that day, in which door. So in a sort of grammar aesthetical code that would connect the building with the city, you enter as a poblador, but you will come out at the end of the day as an owner and as a debtor. And this also, in terms of language, are the ways in which in that booklet, the new housing policy was reinforced in the way of a manifesto, which it was very strong because it was a very radical shift from where, if before, in rhetorical terms, the house was a right, because many times we couldn't afford that as a country. Now the house is a commodity, is a wood that you can acquire with your own effort, with saving, and the state will only share through the subsidies. So I'll go fast, but this event was not alone. It was in tandem with other policies during the dictatorship. There were zero tolerance to any land occupation, and they also cleaned up the city center with eradicating any illegal or not illegal camps or slums that were in the inner city to the outskirts. And very fast, but also there was another policy 2 years after in which every district was subdivided in 2 or 3 or 4, as this diagram shows, cleaning the central districts without camps, without slums, and leaving all the 9 by 18 plots of that previous policy in little islands, enclosed islands. And these are images of the pavilions that I will go very fast. You can visit it. But what we did was actually trying to reconstruct the story of a city made of islands or of isolated pieces of cities that had no plan, and redraw them. And this strong idea that actually the idea of a stadium, it's a measure of distance. And we try to reconstruct that distance in which we pulled out our own population, but also a distance with our own past that we have to reconcile. And then we built the pavilion in Chile again, a year after. And 1 year after, we were invited with Nicolás Estuzzi and Javier Correa to the Chicago Biennale, in which we made a sort of zoom out. If the stadium was one event, we tried to place the Chilean case in a global constellation, looking for manifestations of a past model in the present city. So it's well known, the relationship of the Chicago Voice with Chile, but we tried, as there's no manifesto, there's no written version of an urban model by the Chicago Voice. There's nothing in the BRIC, none in the 1980s constitution, which is now under discussion, well, rewriting, let's say. But we tried to went out of the city to look at symptoms of that model, if there were one. And on that, in terms again of rhetorics of language, the strongest thing that happened in the policy of 1979 is that they liberated the urban limits, so everything could be urban, everything could be city. And everything that you read, either from Arnold Harberger or Miguel Cast, the way the Chicago Boys working on public positions here in Chile, that they naturalize the idea that the soil is not scarce, that land is not a scarce resource, and that everything could be a city. But that enhance of a policy in which the state was actually retreated, what happened was that Santiago grew infinity and with no demands on no obligation of building like a city, let's say infrastructure, social infrastructure, schools, hospitals, but rather a huge stock of housing only, without the required city to go with it. So what we built there was a plot like the 9x18 plots that define the periphery of Santiago, but also the word plot as a script to tell a story. So we try to reconstruct this story in 3 chapters, the 3 strongest policies that define the city that we inherit today. So in this box that it would look like a hoarding of any construction site, you would get close and the walls would have a mirror, just to emphasize this idea that, or this model like in a strongest way. And the images inside this box would be our own city today, like as the symptoms of that model. I don't know how much time, you can tell me, Jos. So we went there to looking for this infinite city of only housing of 9x18 plots that you look at in this image, or the lack of regulation that implied those years. As a result, you had like these hyper-dense buildings of many floors and no city around, of people that had to wait 3 hours to take the lift to go out of their buildings. And we found one piece of evidence of a left magazine of the 70s called Auca, in which actually in the same pages we shared writings of people like Friedman or Harberger, Chicago Boys, and urban planners in Santiago, actually as a prophecy describing the city of today. A city in which rich people encapsulated an island, and a very, as this miracle of Chile, as Friedman described the rise of the economy in the 80s, is actually a mirage in which that promise never arrived to everyone, but only to a few. So Santiago became an experiment in freedom, paraphrasing the idea of non-plan by Bannon, Barker, Hall, and Price a decade earlier. So Santiago became this groundwork for economic forces to test limitless frameworks of urban actions. And Santiago, we tried to set forth that it was the first place to experience this phenomenon worldwide. And we were the outline of this free market approach to urban planning that a short time spread to cities across the world, probably some of the cities that we see today, that we're connecting today. So it was a radical abandonment of regulation, but was carefully watched. And these cities were supposed to be governed by the self-determination of people, a promise that was never fulfilled. So our first chapter that is narrated, and the video is available and you can see it after, is actually what happened to the city when the private plot becomes the ultimate building block. In previous experiments that I guess Sebastian might address, we have Corvi institutionalities in which large pieces of cities were developed all together with this idea of selling very small plots to people and not being in hands of the state, actually, and not the block, not the piece of city, but the plot becomes the ultimate building block of our city. And then there came with no regulation, the speculators. So half of the city is in hands of investors and speculators. And also the idea of the exception, continue with the idea of non-plan the price and whole, you will have the enterprise zones after, which was also freely implemented in Chile, in which many pieces of city actually regulation was twisted or avoided to promote investors, but with the obvious results that we want to record outside. So they were very influential, the Chicago Boys, in the reorganization of the economy.
Alejandra?
Yes?
Sorry, we will have to keep on going. Whenever you want to wrap up, please.
I'm almost done. I only have a few other images. Yes. But in terms of language, that to class up with that, for instance, Arnold Harberger, he mentioned at that moment, the outward growth of city is a natural phenomena. This natural phenomena not was only self-regulated, but also market-driven, and it was also in terms of language, the promotion of a legitimation of a form of urban development, in which we see the consequences today. And so this is something ongoing, so I'm going to close up here, but also we're trying to, all two projects were in the 80s in Chile, that it's in hands of this dictatorship. We're trying now to even zoom out a bit further and go and build this trajectory, spatial and temporal, from 1950s to the present days in terms of urban policies regarding housing and its relation to language. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I took too much time.
Very much.
Thanks, Alejandra. So now we leave not the stage, the screen to Sebastian.
The screen.
Go ahead, Sebastian.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Sebastian.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Jocelyn, Johanna, Camilo, Francisco. Thank you very much for your invitation. This is a wonderful chance to exchange ideas from different places in the world, I think. Let me share this. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just. There. All right. I would like to present a brief historic overview of housing policies in Santiago, Chile, through the study case of a decommissioned urban airport whose airfield has been turned over to private developers for urban design and the provision of mixed income housing. Ultimately, this case has been brought into a third-year architectural school workshop at the Universidad Católica, where I teach, for the development of a counter-proposal. So this is Santiago, the city of Santiago, capital of Chile, in its wonderful geographical setting with the foothills of the Andes to the right. The city was founded in 1541. The greater Santiago has 8 million inhabitants, with a density of around 460 or 50 inhabitants per square kilometer, which represents 45% of the national population. That is, half of the population of the country dwell in one single mega city such as this, 850 square kilometers. This scheme shows the growth of the city from its foundation in the 16th century to the lighter areas that you can easily see, representing the outskirts developed mostly during the last 20 years. Chilean housing public programs began at the end of the 19th century when initiatives that tried to solve the problem of popular housing, so-called the social issue, arose from philanthropy, and Catholic charity. The state gave an important step by promulgating the Workers' Housing Law in 1906, one of the earliest in Latin America. And these images show the Población Huemul, probably the exemplary project for popular housing still standing in a quarter of Santiago. More comprehensive laws resulted from the social and political processes that Chile experienced during the first decades of the 20th century. The Chilean state actively addressed social interest, collective housing during the 20th century, especially between the 30s and 1980, 1980 being a turning point year. The paradigm was the provision of housing as an opportunity for urban development and social integration. To this end, the state used a political and administrative institutional framework that allowed them to plan, to use public land, to expropriate land, and to coordinate public and private collaboration in the construction of housing complexes of urban relevance. These here are still standing, still very successful housing projects from the late 1930s and the 1940s. By 1960, Santiago had ceased to be a small compact city incorporating peripheral sectors of the city, and a metropolitan plan was designed, establishing the boundaries between urban and suburban areas. By 1965, a Metropolitan Urban Improvement Corporation presented a plan with the purpose of promoting an increase in density in central and peripheral areas with an increase in the road and public transportation system. By 1970, the main institutions in charge of providing affordable housing, neighborhood design, and urban development were the CORMU, Corporation for Urban Improvement, the CORVI, the Housing Corporation, and CORRABIT, a corporation for housing services. Corporation meaning it was run state agencies that sought public-private collaboration in providing urban planning and development. I'm going to go back one slide. This, Alejandra already mentioned, is the site operation, so-called, that was prevailing during the 1970s in the outskirts of Santiago, allowing informal settlers to consolidate their settlements, to be redesigned and to receive some basic services with allocation of formal land plots. Now, these three projects here, Villa Portales, Villa Frey, and San Borja, are examples of the last major projects that the state was able to carry out before the 1973 coup d'etat that installed a dictatorship for the next 17 years with the extraordinary changes in policy that Alejandra has already mentioned. The agencies that I mentioned before were dismantled after the coup, in which urban development policy was radically reformulated. By 1980, together with a new constitution that was imposed upon the people to legitimize the implementation of radically new economic and ideological principles, the urban regulatory plan that had been developed along decades was modified according to these principles, eliminating the urban limit, allowing the free expansion of the city and liberalizing the use of the land. The housing policy was also modified, eradicating, quote unquote, and segregating residents of formerly informal settlements, handing over the function of provision and design of affordable and social housing to the private sector through subsidies and vouchers. I'm sorry, these slides go with these images here, relating to the last large urban social housing and affordable housing projects that were built near or in the historic city center, as you can see here from these satellite images. And now to what I was talking, this is the plan in 1975, already after the coup, for the expansion of Santiago. And in the blue slide, you can easily see how the city expanded after the city limits were raised, and how by the year 2000, we had created a string of peripheral outskirt settlements, most of which were very low quality, and as Alejandra also mentioned, were devoted only to housing without the proper urban design and the services and the urban equipment that would need to accompany housing projects. The color image shows a distribution of income in the city today, where you can also see how segregated Santiago has become. It shows some very clearly defined quarters of the city where homogeneous society lived. This has been the source, of course, of great unhappiness and resentment, and ultimately, you know, one of the leading causes of the uprising that we had 2 years ago, in beginning in Santiago and then spreading out to the rest of the country. The housing policy was modified, eradicating and segregating residents, handing over the function of provision and design of affordable and social housing to the private sectors through subsidies and vouchers, processes that took place without any legislative debate or citizen participation. Although we have now a society that is critical to the ill effects of these policies over the last 4 decades, and some efforts are being made to remedy some of the more critical shortcomings, such as what we see in these images, which is the demolition of some of the poorer publicly subsidized housing projects built by the private sector in the outskirts of Santiago. And there's now a process of tearing down buildings, so to improve density and to make up space for services such as police stations and fire stations and such. Still, it is fair to say that the basic system for the provision of social housing remains unchanged today. This is what we find today as subsidy housing. This is offered by the private sector through vouchers and state subsidies in the outskirts of the city. It is very high density apartment buildings or very tightly packed housing tracts.
Sebastian, we're at 12 minutes, just for you to know.
Okay, thank you. I'll go forward quickly. This is the case of Cerrillos Airport. This is an airport that was the main airport of Santiago until the late 1960s. The state commissioned a master plan for the land in 2001, and then an international competition. This is the airport and the approach cone that became a burden for the city of Santiago in terms of continuity. some historical images of the former airport, and then the actual plot of land available for development. 138 hectares plus a park that you can see at the left side of the plot of land that has been developed over the years. This is the published image of the master plan and the ideal image of development after some 15 years. This is the master plan for the landscaping that would accompany the lots of land. And nowadays it has been offered to the private industry, developers, as a series of super blocks that can be developed independently, one after another. And this is from the press, 2017, announcing the beginning of a new tender call. This is what is being built right now in some of the super blocks. Again, privately owned housing offered for sale with subsidies. This is the situation right now, and this is our group of students visiting the site. This is some images from daily life at our school. And here, from now on, a series of student works showing how they have developed counter proposals to the master plan, as you can see by the bird's view images. Here's another one. Here's another one. And some examples of individual work, second half of the term, where students developed in varying degrees of architectural scales and detail, from urban design at the scale of a neighborhood to an actual building, and then within the building or buildings, architectural detailing. We use this case specifically as an opportunity to train our students in collective housing design and urban design at the scale of a piece of city as a critical alternative, a counter proposal to the prevailing housing development model in Chile today, which is still very high density, marginal location, social spatial discrimination, lack of services and equipment, and an impoverished spatial and construction standard. We believe we can train a new generation of architects and urban designers to be reasonable about these issues and propose new solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastián. So now we are moving to London, isn't it?
Yes.
So
and
we'll
schizophrenia.
Yeah. Well, but it's virtual flight. It's not an actual flight with less carbon footprint. So we have from London Paulo Sendra, who's an architect and urban designer. He's associate professor at the Butler School of Architecture and Planning, UCL, and he combines his academic career with professional work through his own urban design practice, which focuses on facilitating co-design processes with communities. At UCL, he's the head of the Masters in Urban Design and City Planning program and the coordinator of the Xi'an CBD. He's the co-author of Designing Disorder, along with Richard Sennett in 2020, and co-author of Community-Led Regeneration with Daniel Fitzpatrick in 2020 as well, and co-editor of Civic Practices with Maria Joao Pita and Civic Wise in 2017, and he's part of the City Collective for the Journal City. And also we have here on my left, Lucia Morato Serrada. She's a regeneration project manager at the Tower Hamlets Council in London, and in her previous role as the high density design development project manager, she developed a best practice design guidance for high design development, which received the RTPI award for research excellence in 2020. Lucia joined the public sector as part of the first public practice cohort and trained as an architect and urban designer and academic. She's currently completing her PhD at the Bartlett School of Planning, and she has worked in Spain, Switzerland, and the UK, where she has led the development of master plans and large-scale residential buildings. So, Pablo, the screen is yours.
I think he's muted, no?
Yeah, here I am. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, now we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I was kind of like trying to put the things on the screen. But thank you for the presentation. So today I'm going to link with the topic of the Biennale and also with the topic of the session or this meeting that we have on how we live together. So I'm going to link on how do we co-create together and discuss the work that I've done with communities and activists in London through my professional practice, through my research, and through my teaching. Just to give it kind of like a bit of an overview, my work on teaching, research, and also in consultancy has been going about from working about communities to working with communities and activists. The origin of it is kind of like my master's thesis that then became my PhD and then has become further books and articles and publications, which was the concept, developing the concept of infrastructures for disorder, which I'll explain a bit later. And then I did several projects, some of them on research, some of them on consultancy, some of them on teaching, where I started kind of like work, doing more like action research and collaborating with different communities and activists in London through a course that I run at UCL at the Bartlett that is called Civic Design, that each year I collaborate with a different community group in London, and then through various research projects and also more kind of like action projects where I've been working with, in particular working with communities that are facing the demolition of their homes, the communities that live in social housing that were built back in the 50s and in the 60s, and that now they're facing the demolition and redevelopment of their homes. So proposing kind of alternatives to those demolition projects together with the people that live there, together with the residents. I'll explain about that a bit later in the presentation. But I wanted to start kind of like to be a bit of a more like theoretical framework through a book that I published with Richard Sennett last year, which is called Designing Disorder, to then move into the more project part of the presentation. So I read The Uses of Disorder, which is the book that Richard Sennett published in 1970 when he was 25. I read it also when I was 25 as a master's student in London in 2008, 2009, and that had a strong impact in both my personal and professional life, and also as a researcher, because Richard said that certain kinds of disorder need to be increased in city life so that men can pass into full adulthood, and so that, as I hope to show, men will lose their current taste for instance violence. I mean, generally, the main arguments of the book is that cities and their complexity can help people to face the uncertainty, the unknown, unexpected situations. But the way cities were being built, when Richard wrote the book in the late 60s, he saw that there were these disorders that were a virtue of cities that were being dismantled from cities through imposed orders. So that this kind of like city life was being lost. And then reading the book kind of like almost 50 years after, what I saw is that a lot of these this type of like the way urban planning and urban development had evolved was being to imposing even more order in the city. So I started to see some parallels between what happened back in the late 60s and in the early 2010s, 50 years apart. Parallels that happened in the social movements with the May 68 in the late 60s, and also with social movement like the 15M in Spain in 2011, which was followed by other movements like Occupy Wall Street, or preceded by other movements such as the Arab Spring, which took place like a couple of months before the 15M in Spain. And also, so that kind of like environment of people wanting change in general. And then also this idea of imposition of order in planning, which happened in the 60s and in the 70s in many cities across the world through the construction of social housing estates, also through motorways in the middle of the city, and many other mainly state-led interventions that were aiming to introduce order in the city. Whereas in the 2010s, at least in London, the different kind of like order impositions that were taking place in the city were not coming in this case from the state, or partially they were, but they were also coming from the global financial market. So, and in these cases, they were kind of like demolishing these same council estates that had been built 40 or 50 years before to build not social housing, but private developments for kind of like wealthier people. And similar kind of like different kind of impositions of orders in the 60s with the construction of motorways, or in the late 2010s with kind of like very real estate led developments such as Hudson Yards in New York. But also certain parallelism in the contestations to these kind of orders. And this is kind of like a community that I've worked with a lot which is on the Westway, near where Portobello Market is in London. And there's been kind of like parallelisms on the way communities also have contested, in the case of the late 60s, the construction of a motorway, but also in the case of the 2010s, the gentrification of the area, and different kind of like elements that were different interventions that were eliminating social infrastructure or reducing the amount of social infrastructure. There've been kind of like different kind of like creative responses that disrupt this kind of orders through play, through occupation, through arts, through music, that have been very important in kind of like introducing these kinds of disorder in the city, that really create these spaces that are what makes spaces interesting. I don't know, what really makes a space, this area interesting, for example, what has made it well known are things like Portobello Market or the Notting Hill Carnival, which are things that came actually from racial struggles in the 50s and 60s from the Afro-Caribbean communities. So how do we take these more smaller interventions, local interventions, to the citywide scale? So a lot of people ask me, and ask Richard as well, when we present this together, how do we scale all these things up? How does this anarchic city work on a more metropolitan scale? And what we say is that it's actually not about scaling up. It's actually about reproducing all these interventions as a network, or with many different nodes that kind of like collaborate, that are independent, but they collaborate between each other. They learn from each other. And we discuss different kind of like examples of these, such as the squatter movement in the 60s and the 70s, and then turn into the cooperative movements, in the housing cooperative movements, and other networks such as the Jazz Space network that I've worked with in London. But then also, it's not only enough to have these grassroots movements, we also need open institutions, municipalist institutions that are open to listen and to learn from these networks, from these grassroots initiatives, and that also ensure that no one is left behind, that the municipality deals with inequalities through providing basic services such as housing, education, health, and many others to everyone, ensuring that no one's left behind. So what do we mean, what do Richard and I mean by disorder? We don't mean disordered forms like postmodernism or anything like that. We mean the contestations of imposed orders, and also creating conditions for the unplanned. So in a way, what we've done in the book is thinking about how can we design disorder, and how we take these ideas that he had in the 70s from the paper to the plan. And the way we propose to do this is through the infrastructure, something that we call infrastructure for disorder, which are initial urban design interventions that create conditions for the unplanned use of the public realm, which are the point of departure for a continuous and open process. So I just wanted to play this little video to go into the, it's only 3-4 minutes to go into the second part of the presentation. Let me see if you can listen to this properly. Let me just stop sharing this screen.
I think that what
sorry, just a second.
Activist planner does is mediate between
I'll stop the video for a second, just a second. Sorry, I'm just struggling to see how to do this. Just a second. Sorry for the technical glitch. But maybe since we only have, I'll leave the link in the chat. So maybe in case anyone want to have a look, and maybe I'll go directly to the presentation and just give you a summary of what it is, because otherwise we'll take the whole thing in the presentation. But basically, this is a debate that Richard and I have at the end of the book. Richardson and I have at the end of the book with the editor, that is Leo Hollis. And he asked us about the role of the architect, activist. And here we have a slight disagreement, or not exactly, or certain nuances, where Richard says that the architect and the planner has, let's say, a more limited political scope, that we act more as mediators. And I say that yes, but it depends, that it depends on who are you collaborating with. And I give the example of different situations that I've worked with in terms of my role as an urban designer. One is being hired by a local authority, which is a project, for example, that I did as with my company Liverpool in Wimbledon. That was called Play Wimbledon, where the local authority hired me to facilitate a co-design process for 2 public spaces, and it was more a facilitation, mediation process. The other one is when I'm hired, or where I collaborate with a community group. Whoops, what's going on?
Oh. Pablo, sorry,
yeah?
We're at 12 minutes now.
Okay, sorry, I just heard some background noise and didn't know what it was. Yeah, I'm close to the end, but right from current slide. The case of Play Wimbledon, the case of when I work with communities, as I said before, that are resisting the demolition of their homes and proposing alternatives. And when developing alternatives with them, my work as an architect, as a planner with these communities become itself a tool for activism. I mean, I may have a limited agency in influencing kind of like what local authorities do, because there's many political things behind, as Richard points out in the book, but there is it can be used as a tool for activism, as a way of presenting evidence that other alternative approaches can be done. And then also mixed approaches, which is the work that I've been doing recently in the West Way, when I'm hired by the organization that runs the space, as a non-for-profit trust that runs the space, the West Way Trust. But at the same time, I collaborate. So I form a team of local activists to deliver the project. So it's kind of like a mixed approach. This is the case of Play Wimbledon, which consisted on creating playful installations on the public realm that would attract people and celebrating the co-design workshops in the playful installations that included a slide, a climbing wall, space to seats, planting, and the workshops were hosted there, and the installations themselves claimed other ways of using the public space, also kind of like doing some kind of like temporary urbanism interventions that, and in this case, I had this more mediation role. But then when I wrote this other book, which is Community-Led Regeneration, where I looked at the different tools that different communities and people and professionals supporting communities have used to oppose the demolition of social housing and proposed alternatives, I started applying some of the findings that I had in this research, in this book, into real projects. So I work on the community plan for William Dunbar and William Saville houses, which are these 2 tower blocks in the London borough of Brent, where we collaborated with the Residents Association and having several co-design workshops to explore alternative proposals for regeneration of this housing, where we look at not demolishing the homes as the council was proposing. The council was proposing to demolish the homes and rebuild the whole site. We proposing refurbish all the existing homes and then build new infill homes, improve the green spaces, build more community facilities in a way that, and from the new homes, some of them will be sold at private, some of them are public, to do some crop subsidy between both, but having kind of like alternative approaches that are more socially and environmentally sustainable, because we also calculated kind of like the life carbon analysis of both options, and also that are financially sustainable, because we calculate also, we do also kind of a financial viability assessment for each of these projects. And I've done the same for the Alton State. In this case, they call it the People's Plan of the Alton State, where for over a year I worked doing over I think it was like 12 or 13 workshops with the community on different topics to co-design an alternative proposal to do these an alternative for the demolition of this bit of the Alton Estate, which is a very important part of British history of social housing. A great part of the state is actually Grade 2 star listed. This is a very important piece of modernist heritage, but precisely this part is not listed. And this is one of the towers that they want to, one of the blocks that they want to demolish, which is architecturally really interesting, and also has kind of like a library in the ground floor that they also want to demolish, and there is much loft in the community. So this has been kind of like the work that I've been doing, and this is more kind of like the recent work that I've been doing, where I partner up with community activists in the area to deliver the co-design process for the Westway Trust. So this kind of like have been kind of like navigating these different forms of collaborating with communities, where in some cases you're more kind of like a mediator, but you always get kind of like an important political role to bring people's voices into the planning of their cities. And I'm gonna, that's kind of the process of working on.
Pablo,
I'm gonna leave it here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pablo. And now I really leave the stage to Lucia, who is here with us. So, Lucia.
Thank you. Thank you, Francisco, and thank you, Johanna and Jocelyn, for the invitation. So I'll wait for the presentation. Come up. So I'm going to talk about the policy we have produced from the municipality of Tower Hamlets in London to guarantee the right of our residents to a good quality home. So these design guidelines, this policy that we developed, which we called high density living, provides a set of design recommendations for future now high density residential schemes. So in developing this piece of policy and in seeking evidence to support this piece of policy, we have uncovered the experience of residents in these new environments, which in many instances conflict with the image and the way these buildings and homes are advertised by the market. And I will talk about this in more detail towards the end of my presentation. So as Richard and John presented yesterday, London has undergone very intense growth. So this is the image of the Great London area, which is made of 33 local authorities. One of these local authorities is Tower Hamlets. And as you can see, we have high densities towards the center, and then this decrease towards what is called the Green Belt. So I just want to explain a bit here how, from the planning side, this growth has been promoted and guided, just to understand a bit better what is the relationship between the metropolitan government and the local authorities and municipalities. So basically, the metropolitan government, the GLA, assesses the growth that is needed in the future to meet the housing demand, and then it gives housing targets to local authorities for them to meet that demand. So basically, local authorities receive these numbers, and they have to deliver those homes. They have to build those homes. Otherwise, if they don't meet those targets, this will increase in the next revision of the plan. So I just want to go back again. So you can see that the darkest blue is the densest boroughs. And these are mirrored, or these are the ones that have to deliver the highest growth. So in the case, for example, of Tower Hamlets, it's already the densest borough, but it's the borough that for the last 8 years has had to deliver the highest target. So this puts in immense pressure on local authorities. And as Richard was explaining yesterday, those numbers are translated on the ground in these sort of residential landscapes. Really tall towers, very dense. And this is Tower Hamlets, the local authority where I work, right to the south of Canary Wharf, for those of whom are familiar with London. But this sort of landscapes is also emerging throughout London. This is on the southern side of the Thames. And so it's important to understand that, local authorities have to deliver these numbers. And just to give a bit of context and explain why are we seeing these residential landscapes emerging, there are 3 key reasons. So on one hand, the land ownership is quite fragmented. So developers have very small plots where obviously they want to maximize their profit, so they build almost to the perimeter of their plot and to the tallest possible limit. And then there is also the weakness of planning. Weakness of planning from the perspective of sometimes a lack of comprehensive master planning to guide this growth and distribute this growth more evenly. But also, sometimes when we have those master plans and we prepare those master plans, it's quite difficult for local authorities to implement them, given how the political system works in the UK and the quite liberal approach to the planning of cities. And finally, and very important, as Richard was mentioned yesterday, affordable homes are not delivered by municipalities by themselves. They don't have the capacity to build affordable homes. Those are built through the contribution of developers. So when a developer builds a housing scheme, they have to, at the same time, build private and affordable. So if local authorities want to build affordable homes for the residents, they need to give permission to private homes. So there is a very sort of tricky and perverse sort of mechanism there that, quite worryingly, it's being adopted in other cities and by other countries only because of the austerity under which municipalities operate. So this is just an analysis of applications that are submitted or were submitted to Tower Hamlets, the local authority that I joined, from 2000 to 2016. And I just want to show here, how both density and height have gone hand by hand in a very sort of steep and increasing very radically to reach densities that are unprecedented in London, but also Europe. So around 5,000 habitable rooms per hectare, which is densities that we can see in Hong Kong. But this is the sort of project that we are having to process through local authorities. And just to give an idea of the the number of tall buildings that we have in our local authority. Tower Hamlets is at the bottom of the table, and we are at the forefront. So we are pioneers in having to process and deliver these densities. But other local authorities, such as Greenwich, are closely following up our path. This is a very complex slide, but in here I just want to say that while this growth is happening, what we are having to accommodate this level of growth, there has been a very interesting policy shift from the metropolitan level, where they have changed from a quantitative approach, setting maximum density thresholds, to a qualitative approach. So by doing that, what they have done is remove a density metrics, what Richard showed yesterday, that linked density to transport accessibility. So basically what they are saying now is we have a really great demand of housing, we need to maximize density, and through design, local authorities need to ensure that we mitigate against any negative impact that density might bring. And in doing so, the GLA has produced an enormous body of guidances, of best practice, or how to, not only deliver housing, but regenerate high streets, which are all very interesting, and I encourage you to look at them. And they have also identified the need to build capacity at local level. So they have supported Public Practice, which is a non-for-profit organization that's trying to bring architects and built environment experts into the public sector to try and guide and manage this growth. And through that program, I joined Tower Hamlets. So basically, Tower Hamlets was in the position of, we are seeing these densities, there is no precedent in London, and we now need to assess and give permission to these schemes based on good design. And so the question was, what is good design here? And before that point, schemes were assessed, or planning provided the tools to assess those schemes based on townscape impact, so from the outside, how well these schemes look like, from aesthetics, and also impact from an environmental point of view to the surroundings. But there was very little understanding of what was the experience of residents living in these huge schemes. So some of them have up to 900 units, so 900 homes all stacked on top of each other. So Tower Hamlets decided to undertake this policy and the research to support it in-house. So we organized a post-occupancy analysis, a post-occupancy evaluation of these schemes. Basically, we engaged with more than 800 residents through surveys, interviews, but also other stakeholders that are part of the production of housing, but also everyday management and maintenance of these schemes. And we produced this policy document that looks at different scales of the building, so provides design guidelines for around the building, communal elements, and the home. And it does this through 5 topics that go through the different scales. And these 5 topics are the aspects that residents felt were more important to support their quality of life. And I'm going to use 3 of them to talk now about how advertisement and the market portrays these buildings and what we found that most of the times conflicted. So this is an image taken from internet, and it's how one of the developers is selling one of these schemes. And they advertised a certain lifestyle, a product that young professionals with a certain socioeconomical level might be interested in, and they never show kids or families, buggies, anyone but this sort of like very trendy sort of lifestyle. What we found is that more than 35% of people that we talk to have kids, or families that do not only live in the affordable part of the buildings, but also in the private side. And we also, when visiting these schemes, saw that play spaces on the left of the image are quite sad, poor. Most of the times are located in rooftops, given the, the density that the developers are building to the maximum perimeter, so the only space available is the roof. So they are very poorly overlooked, and the sense of safety is quite, is not very high. And also an image on the right, which is the type of circulation spaces that these schemes offer. So basically, it's very limited, the opportunities for kids to play. Play space is very segregated, and what we have done through our design guidelines is to try and say, or introduce the concept of playability. So kids do not only play where they are told to play, they play everywhere. And if we design spaces that are well overlooked, that are easy to access, on the way for the families to reach their apartment, kids will have more opportunities, to engage and play also unsupervised, which is, a key element of a healthy development for kids. Another example of how the market advertised these residential schemes is through their amazing facilities. So this is a swimming pool that was built or inaugurated a couple of years ago or last year. And it's not only this swimming pool, but these buildings you buy the flat, but you also have access to a cinema, a playroom, all kind of very fancy facilities. What we found is that those facilities are only accessible for the private residents, and there is a strong segregation of tenures. So this is this was in the press in London a couple of years ago while we were doing this work, and they were criticizing that kids from affordable homes were able to overlook a play space but were not able to access it. So this segregation, it's present in these schemes, and not only from the affordable to the private, but different type of private tenures. So people that might be willing to pay to access these facilities are not allowed to if they are not from the private side. So this reinforces the sense of segregation, isolation, and lack of integration at the end. So through our design guidelines, we recognize that this is challenging because of the cost that maintaining some of these facilities implies, but we were very keen on saying we need to provide communal spaces that are good quality, that are shared by the different tenures, that provide opportunities for residents from different tenures to cross their paths on an everyday basis so they know each other, and we give the opportunity for them to meet. But also it's not only about spaces, but how you manage those, and through events, how you promote the integration and the existence of balanced and mixed communities. And finally, these schemes, it's very interesting not to see only, in the website how these are sold as, shiny and glossy buildings, but also in meetings at the local authority when a developer comes, and presents what they want to build. It's always, as I said, shiny, and the public realm is monumental. The reality is that these buildings are very complex. They generate lots of waste. There are lots of conflicts, antisocial behavior, and the role of caretakers and people working on these buildings to maintain and repair, leaves that constantly break, is fundamental. So through the design guidelines, what we are trying to say is we need to acknowledge that these spaces might be where, conflict emerges, so this needs to be managed. And the importance of people working on these buildings to maintain them, caretakers, cleaners, managers, not only in facilitating their everyday life through better spec of materials, easier to clean, but also providing them with spaces, good quality spaces where they can rest, where they can undertake their everyday job. These are only some examples. I've added here how do you call that? Something that you can scan to access the actual, policy document, but also all the research that supports the policy. And this is just an example of, the complexity and numerous things that, policymakers policymakers have to think about. And I just want to finalize, if I have time, just to say that policy is important, but it's fundamental from the municipal level, which is the ultimate democratic place where we need to be accountable to our communities. It needs to be properly resourced. We need to have a staff and means to not only produce policy, but assess the schemes that are submitted, also monitor them and understand, are these being successful? Should we be replicating this in the future? And I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lucia. So now from London to Shanghai. So we will have Yang.
We're going to Los Angeles, actually.
Los Angeles?
Yang.
No, but
she's
in Los Angeles, but
yeah.
she's
no, we won't bring another city, don't worry.
Okay. So Yang is a visiting professor of architectural history and theory at the University of New Mexico. She has worked as planner and as an editor for Urban China magazine. She also worked as an assistant curator for the 2015 Shanghai West Bund Biennale and as a senior researcher of the City Lab in UCLA. She has been teaching architectural history and Asian urbanism at UCLA, UCSD, and Otis College of Art and Design. Her research focuses on post-socialist urban and architectural history with a special interest in the intersection between architectural forms, media culture, and political economy in China. She's a doctoral candidate in architecture at UCLA, and her dissertation investigates the transformation of commodity housing of Shanghai, in Shanghai, actually, and conceptually, spatially, and socio-politically to test both connective and contingent powers that arrange the everyday experience. So, Yang, we are ready to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Just a quick note that I communicated with Jocelyn that as I'm the only speaker in my section, I prepared about a 20-minute presentation, but I will be as succinct as I can.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
All right, so my talk today will briefly examine the formal logic of post-socialist Shanghai housing from a linguistic perspective, particularly by discerning the cultural tensions in the language used in the projections of housing development and in the portrayal of life of the middle class in Shanghai, which may dislodge existing concepts in housing analysis. At the end of the 1978, Chinese leadership announced the reform and opening up and started carrying out the so-called socialist market economy. Deng Xiaoping, the leader of the CCP Central Committee at the time, gave a radical speech at the National Construction Conference in 1980 that would completely change the urban landscape of China in the following decades. Deng redefined architecture as a profitable making industry, an important industrial sector that could increase revenues and capital accumulation for the state. And soon the State Council of China announced the house commodification reform and gradually abolished socialist public housing distribution system. And in 1981, real estate was officially listed in an as an independent industrial category in the National Standard Industrial Classification Code. So in the following, I will identify some critical moments of housing commodification in Shanghai, moments when new terms were invented and used in 3 scenarios that I color-coded them in my presentation. The state-initiated policies in red, market-driven promotions in navy, and housing-related design thinking concerning their forms, types, and usage in black. I divided this condensed history in 4 stages, identified by the high-frequency terms that I data scraped from names of over 13,000 housing estates built from 1985 to 2016. They are New Village micro-district after the economic reform after 1978, Tower Garden during the 1990s real estate boom, Home City at the turn of the century, and mainly after the first decade of the new millennium when diverse ways of naming emerged that could hardly be categorized. So as the most wide-ranging type of development at the primary stage of housing reform, New Village inherited, in fact, the name from their socialist prototype, Maoist Workers' New Village. in an effort to avoid sudden social alienation brought about by privatization and commercialization. This second generation New Village design made a subtle but fundamental change, a hierarchical organization of public facilities following the three categories defined by a 1982 government decision. They are residential district, micro district, and neighborhood, usually the administrative area of a neighborhood committee, as demonstrated by the one we see here, New Village of Xi'an, considered as a residential district that divided by urban streets into 6 micro districts. Public facilities have long been incorporated in socialist housing design to maintain the self-sufficiency of those workers' housing at the urban outskirts. But Xi'an, the one see here, the second generation, was no longer regarded as an autonomous entity as those solidary workers' New Village, as evident already in its diversified plan. Instead, it is integrated within an established urban structure. And to establish and industrialize the building system, the concept of Taoxing was proposed in 1981. Literally, it means set type, referring to unit types based on available area per household. At the same time, the State Council enacted strict control on urban housing standards by stipulating 4 housing size levels based upon the house owner's rank in their work unit. A quick note for those of you who are not familiar with Socialist China's administrative system. Work unit was the primary social administrative agent in urban China to incorporate every individual in a kind of communal life of production and distribution. So whether street-owned enterprises or government institutions, they're all generally called as work units. And China's economic reform also led to the structural transformation of its society. For example, cadres and intellectuals. These were groups distinguished from manual workers compared to the egalitarian working class established under Mao, the socialist time. Social stratification at this time was inevitably legitimized to help the newly empowered groups realize the multiple options of consumption under planned market economy. And a new design concept was proposed in late 1980s to replace the previous set type. It's called Huxing or household type, based on different types of family concerning their population structure or lifestyle. And it's reflected the shifting conception of a housing unit from size to function, though it's still a way of state control over individual demands in a transitional period to allow some extent social differentiation while avoiding a sudden social polarization that a free market may have brought. And these standardized types aimed to organize housing production internally to meet the demands of different families, while they also distinguished externally from those barricade-like layout of socialist workers' housing. And the idea was to form an identifiable building clusters through multiple combination of these standardized unit types and hierarchical community spaces. Along with housing industrialization, cultural consumption, especially in clothing and interior decoration, was more common. Books on home furnishing was fast sellers, in which making full use of every corner and scientific management of domestic life was considered as necessary knowledge of the age. When intimate activities and guest hosting often had to be squeezed in one room, those everyday furnitures could be used to demarcate zones for sleep, work, and recreation. Anything but expediency. These carefully calculated interiors were the slightest, if possible, individualized variations of the standardized unit types we just see. In 1987, a Shanghai TV program solicited home design strategies from its audience and exhibited later on 29 other provincial TV channels in China. It was titled, "An Elegant Home is Not Necessarily a Big House." And interestingly, its original Chinese title used the character 是 a room rather than 房 a building to refer to one's house, in a way already reflected the general living conditions at the time. And also combined furniture, this concept was popularized through this show as defined as both artistic and practical. For example, in one cases, 4 same-width cabinets in the bedroom respectively contain a dressing table, a foldable writing desk, a TV stand, and a glass display case to guarantee if any privacy between the couple. And this kind of glass case was a must-have piece for almost every family in Shanghai during the 1980s to display, for example, imported wines or coffee sets, coffee kits, those commodities not for daily use, but for showcasing the taste of house owners. And in Shanghai's popular pictorials, this combined furniture was branded as a modernization of domestic infrastructure. It was a compromise solution to the conflict between housing standardization and individuals' newly unleashed consumption desires. Instead of fully embracing a liberal market, the path of China's economic reform was a progressive one that adopted a so-called dual-track system. The 2 tracks, a planned track and a market track, allowed selected products to be sold at a market price, while at the same time continued a uniform pricing principle in the state monopoly sectors, in which goods were still produced and sold according to planned quotas. So in this way, the party state owned the dominant control over the extent of the reform and opening up. And the dual-track housing in Shanghai was divided into supplies for the domestic market and that for overseas market. And the latter one was also known as high-grade housing. And there were no restrictions on the source of investment on either track, but a rigid distinction was made on the purchasing side. Having a price ceiling established, the domestic market was exclusive to foreign buyers, only open to local residents, who also had the right to buy high-grade housing if they could afford it. But the freedom of price negotiation was given only to the high-grade track. And as a result of this price discrimination, ordinary housing for the domestic market was mainly located remotely from the city center and built to meet the basic needs of a local wage earning class. In contrast, most high-grade housing was developed in prime locations, well-equipped and designed to provide more floor plan options. It was a spatial production targeted at groups outside or capable of transcending the work unit system, who either had unique political identities or income advantages, such as foreign business people, high-ranking officials, or prominent intellectuals. It was a product of the political dichotomy coined by Deng Xiaoping: let some people get rich first. The one we see here, this is Gubei in Shanghai, was the first and largest commodity housing for the overseas markets in Shanghai. And as a demonstration community initiated by the Chinese Ministry of Construction, Gubei was also the first project invested by joint venture. In its first phase development had a quasi symmetrical layout with those themed apartment towers organized around a semicircle shaped community center, including grocery stores, tennis courts, swimming pools. And the western end was one of the largest villa communities in China at the time. From exterior, it is almost a hodgepodge of Chinese courtyard space, Shanghai Shikumen style arcades, and a new classical 3-part facade travesty. And the developers even coined the term European continental style to make it easily imaginable and suitable for its purpose as an expatriate community, as distinguished from those plain ordinary housing. An early housing advertisement emerged in mainstream mainstream newspaper, though not very visually appealing, often dominated by an image of iconic towers with no urban context, and building names reflecting exotic decoration styles or high grades were printed in bold characters as the most telling advertising jingles. And branded electric appliances, satellite TV, internet, property management, and security facilities were listed in this advertisement to highlight house owners' privilege to access the latest information and advanced services. And floor plans with dimensions of every room were incorporated in them to highlight their much more spacious interior comparing to the other track. And seeing this reappearance of garden villa, in fact, an iconic type in colonial Shanghai, at this time as a new urban ecology, journalists asked, are we only spectators? And paired with photos of billboards promoting these villa design as in sync with the trend in Europe and America, they asked, I quote him, currently most garden villas still only appear in designers' blueprints, in realtors' brochures, and in the hustle and bustle of everyday mass media. Nevertheless, they're arousing people's desires. Facing the garden villas in the advertisements, we sometimes have an illusory feeling. These wonderful places named gardens, villas, cities, metropolises, etc., have little to do with the real life of the majorities. In contrast to the high-grade track, housing design for the domestic sales was still under strict constraints. And according to China's 8th five-year plan from 1991 to 1995, newly developed housing projects should continue small and medium-sized units in mid-rises with an average floor area per household no larger than 50 square meters, while high rises were only applicable to specific sites in large cities with a sophisticated infrastructure. Nevertheless, these restrictions did not hinder advertisements that targeted the domestic market from following their high-grade forerunners. With neither spacious rooms nor branded appliances, sophisticated interior design became the new selling point. And for example, a studio apartment could be promoted as convertible to accommodate different sized families by simply adding lightweight partition walls. In this dual track system, housing unit size was more than the specialization of consumer purchasing power, but indicated a forthcoming social reconfiguration. And the ordinary Shanghainese, they were no longer satisfied with home furnishing for only an efficient use of space, but at this time they were eager to practice interior design skills by using mirror walls to extend optical depths, by adding colors and lighting to create warmer atmosphere, or by displaying selected ornaments to show off the personality. There are two commonalities in these interiors: television and combined cabinets. The former opened infinite desires that began redefining social values of the day, while the latter pulled one back to the comprising reality. And the Shanghainese of the 1990s who attempted to reposition themselves between the state and the market was just like Eileen Chang had described half a century ago. They are traditional Chinese people tempered by high pressure of modern life. The misshapen products of this fusion of old and new culture may not be entirely healthy, but they do embody a strange and distinctive sort of wisdom. As the old Shanghainese saying goes, to perform rites in a snail shell, if the snail house was a must-be-faced hardship, then the capacity to create delicate scenes of life in one's cramped home represented a joyful Shanghai spirit that would never fade. Once the needs of those who became rich first was satisfied, the housing market lost its support. And after the 1997 Asian financial crisis, new national economic strategies of stimulating domestic demands and expanding domestic markets were raised to foster new economic growth sources and to cultivate the consumer desires of those low and middle income families. And after the confluence of the two-track, the plan and market tracks in 1999, Shanghai began to restore a housing market targeted at ordinary citizens. And the concept of low pan, literally meaning the sand table of building, was introduced from Hong Kong to substitute for the previous concept of micro districts, either an apartment tower or a housing compound that designed, built, and sold by a qualified developer can be called low pan. And real estate expos were held annually for these new low pan releases. And sales centers were built to display low pan models or even furnished show houses. And every low pan had an appealing name to evoke the resident sympathy with the lifestyle described by the developers, a trendy fashion and decorative style, and the preferable terms home and city, two desirable places that are the most familiar to the masses, yet are vague enough for an open imagination. At the turn of the century, newly developed housing almost all emulated the high grid standard in their unit size to maintaining escalating housing prices, which resulted in a measure issued by the State Council of China in 2006 to rectify the unbridled housing market known as 1790. It requires that dwelling units smaller than 90 square meters in future housing development should be no less than 70% of the overall floor area of a community. And tricks on stealing floor area quickly became an open secret as a countermeasure to continue high-end development, and it was even advertised as a selling point. And according to China's national standard of estate surveying, only half of the open balconies and none of the mezzanines and basements lower than 2.2 meters were included in the total floor area. So deepened balconies and bay windows or some raised the ceiling height that allowed a future mezzanine to be added, these were spaces one could steal. These monetized forms became a powerful tool for developers to respond to legal loopholes and counteract the state's economic interventions. This is my last page. So new normal, this is the term used by President Xi in 2014 to describe China's next phase of economic development, especially after the accelerated growth in the past 3 decades. At this time, into a more sustainable, innovation-driven medium-speed growth. And the new normal of commodity housing was most evident in the various names and narratives of housing projects. There are names following big developers such as Banke, Wanda, names projecting a fashionable lifestyle such as Soho, Hostel, iCity, names emphasizing the geolocations such as uptown, suburban, names highlighting access to some natural scenes like oasis, waterfront, or names representing imitation of the decoration style like Tuscany, Manhattan, Venice, and very abstract concepts to give a sense of grandeur, such as epoch, vogue, or fortune. These fanciful concepts flooded the internet, especially after the coming of the we media age in China that accelerated the provision of public discourses throughout social media, including discussion over soaring housing prices and the phenomena of woju, literally snail house, a term originated from the same titled TV drama in 2009. This phenomenal realistic drama aroused nationwide sympathy as one of its storyline was around the so-called house slave, an urban identity shared by hundreds and thousands home buyers in the new millennium who felt enslaved by the excessive monthly mortgage payment. And the English title for this show, Dwelling Narrowness, is a straightforward translation of the housing predicament of this woju generation. And accordingly, another round of DIY furnishing hacks aroused on live TV shows and many self-media knowledge sharing platforms, promoting rebuilding one's home as an autonomous site using cost-effective construction techniques, of course, we should be cautious that the acknowledgement and aestheticization of the potential of these snail houses approved their existence as a new norm of urban living. The undeniable reality is the state-owned urban land leasing system legitimized the development of a real estate industry, combining standards on housing unit size, density, orientation, help stabilize housing typologies, thereby serving a manageable, valorized market with minimum risks. If any last architectural attempts still exist between the state and the market, it occurs perhaps at interiors, as advocated by this DIY culture, rather than that already prescriptive exterior. That's it.
Thank you so much, Yang and Lucia, Pablo, Sebastián, and Alejandra. And I would like to ask Nicolas on the other side of the screen, where you have questions or comments to our presenters.
Well, I'd be delighted to. I've attended this, really enjoyed these presentations. I was supposed to be participating yesterday, but I was totally tied up with teaching. I would like to try to I mean, I wonder whether I had anything to say, but I could certainly talk for 20 minutes. So actually, Jocelyn would stop me, please, when comments then. But
the idea is that basically we engage in a conversation with all the panelists.
Absolutely, I don't want to give a speech, but I try to make some connections. And
of course.
Especially, you know, as Pablo has to go, I understand, I saw his message. I think the theme today was supposed to be about words and epistemology, as it were. And I think there's a very interesting way in which each of the presentations in a way show the way descriptions and words, epistemology slides into metaphysics and slides into politics. It underlies, the way we term things underlies much of what we do. And I think that several of the presentations have done that. So that is certainly one theme. Another theme that I thought was very interesting, and I relate it to my own experience and practice, because although I have been to Chile only briefly, 2 or 3 little meetings there, and I was studying university development and the Pinochet era, not particularly housing. But of course, in political terms, Margaret Thatcher was very close to Pinochet. There were connections there, and that had to do with the, as it were, liberalization of the situation of housing in the UK. Now, I am old enough to have experienced the effect of a primarily state-subsidized housing. When I first was working, I was working with the architect of Alton, one of the architects, Alton East, not East, Alton West, Oliver Cox. He portrayed his buildings. I mean, he and Graham Shankly were card-carrying communist members until 1956. When they portrayed their buildings, they showed car mechanics changing the wheels of their cars in the front with their sleeves rolled up. That was different to the Corbusian dream. And then I experienced the process of designing within a local authority framework. And in fact, Shankly Cox were doing that, where the state subsidy system made you build to irresponsible high densities. So this was not a commercial initiative, but they built a housing scheme in Liverpool, and I knew the architects working on that, and they were having to build a big housing scheme in a suburban area, so it was distanced, going back to the very first presentation, from the centre. It was inappropriately high density. But why did they do that? Because they had an ideal of trying to provide a sufficient standard for as many people as they could. And the only way they could get the subsidy was to up the densities. So by different control mechanisms, some of the same phenomena which we now see happening from a commercial initiative was already occurring. And then I witnessed also in my experience and practice the constraints that were imposed by the housing subsidy. When high-rise housing, which was subsidized in the UK because it was thought to be more efficient in land use. It wasn't necessarily. That we could talk about that at great length. It depends on the grid size and all those things that research showed from the 1960s onwards in Cambridge. It wasn't necessary if you were planning at a large enough scale to build very high buildings, and that is still the case. And unfortunately, China has followed the example of Hong Kong, an island, as their typology. But nevertheless, when the local authority was beginning to lose control because of the collapse of Roland Point, which is a high-rise block, it exploded because of gas explosion, they wanted to maintain control of design. And so even in rural areas, they insisted on using standard house types, which are generated from central London by people who didn't understand the Suffolk villages in which the practice I was then working with was building housing. So that was quite strange, because the one thing architects can do is invent housing in relation to particular contexts. But then I then thought about the condition that we now face, and I think that's where the various descriptions and analyses and results of research are extremely interesting, because surely we have to, not least in terms of energy and sustainability, we have to start from where we are. And over a series of policy changes over the years, we are faced with extraordinary types of housing and their limitations and also their potentials. So because I want to stop in a moment, because I'm not giving a lecture, but I just was reminded actually of an architect I found very interesting, the Italian architect Giancarlo Di Carlo. And way back in an article in Domus in October 2004, he was interviewed by a group of people from Domus, and included Peter Davey from Architectural Review in England. And of course, he was a member of Team 10. They expected him to like little villagey structures. They said, surely this is all awful. These mega structures which have been built everywhere, can you not condemn them? And of course, they discussed the Corviale, which many of you will know, the huge kilometre-long megastructure in Rome, and the efforts that young architects were making to humanize it, because people had come across this, and of course this is similar to some of the work that Pablo was just describing, and as it were, introducing a disorder into this extraordinarily ordered mega block. And Di Carlo, I think people expected him to condemn it, and he said, well, it's a monster, but monsters can also be friends. Think of King Kong, which I thought was a fantastic quotation. And I think that's in many urban situations, that's where we are. What do we do about that? I was, as I say, supposed to be participating yesterday, which I think was more about actual things that have been happening on the ground. But I've been fascinated by the analyses I've heard today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. I would like to frame also some questions for the presenters, and the topic of languages and politics from a complementary point of view. Looking at how language and politics show how intentions and will are somehow manifested.
Sorry to interrupt, it's just that I had to go now, so I just wanted to say bye and thanks to everyone. Sorry to
Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you.
We'll miss you. Well, as I was saying, I think the cases that we've seen today present two things in a larger span. First, a state whose agency is in transformation, and second, a series of efforts that in a way try to recover or replace that agency from different points of view. In the cases of London and Santiago are kind of straightforward. It's a state that simply withdraws from its agency to be replaced by the market under some certain neoliberal ethos, and then some attempts to recover that part of that agency with more will than actual power, I would say. That was you were complaining against. Well, the case of Shanghai seems more interesting in somehow because the state retains its agency, but consciously decided to hand that agency over to the market to boost the economy with the state as a sort of master of puppets. So within that scenario, I would like to ask you all, and Alejandra, Sebastián, Yang, and Lucia, bringing the question of politics and language back to our field. What can be the role of architecture within that scenario in which the state it's in a sort of crisis and the market is taking over those responsibilities? Are we just the designers of a higher political will, or can we offer something different? That my question, or perhaps undermine that power, or can the language of architecture hack the politics that frame this scenario? I don't know. I leave the questions.
Lucia, do you want to start?
So that's a very interesting question. It makes me think about, well, in the UK, what has happened in terms of where architects work and where universities and educational institutions from an architecture point of view are pushing students or are showing the path forward. So when I studied architecture in Madrid, I think what we were told is a successful architect is an architect that has its own practice, that wins competitions and does very fancy, amazing projects. And I think the role of architects is also within other spheres of the production of the built environment. And in my presentation and what I'm learning now is that the role of architects within the public sector is important. So in the UK, I think in the late 60s, 70s, before the 70s, I think, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but 80% of architects, practicing were working in the public sector. And now there is only 1% or 2% of architects, in London working in the public sector, right? So I think calling for, architects and practitioners, but also, teachers and people that are, a part and role models for students to show that, working for the public sector, that is not about like individuals, but, the community and maybe more anonymous work that we can push for better quality homes, but also better quality and better designed, public spaces. So I think that's the role of, where architects can also help in improving the quality of life.
That's true, because the London City Council was super powerful.
Yes, and the production of houses were, from the public sector.
Sebastián, Alejandra, Yang.
I can jump in. So I want to use the example that I showed the images from my last page of slides. That was the images from the live TV show in Shanghai. It already lasted 4 years of multiple episodes. It's called Dreams Transform Homes. So for every episode, they will purposefully pick those very cramped units among the city and designated one architect to make complete transformation of the house. Sometimes, for example, less than 40 square meter unit to transform into a multi-level apartment for 4 generation houses with more than 5 family members. So it's like architects was branded as almost like magicians to make this transformation for one's life. And I wanted to question that through the show, it depicted the before and after, right? And also the cost-saving effective techniques. And they only calculated the cost of, for example, the structure, strengthening, the purchasing of decorations, materials, everything. But none of the design fees were incorporated. Meaning the only showing the work of architecture as only the final product instead of design as a process. So the design itself was not very valued from the show, but just the ultimate product. And it's very dangerous and easily to be commodified again, because right after the show, in fact, it held an exhibition displayed in Shanghai, right in an IKEA showroom way, with this themed apartment displayed and with those convertible furnitures exhibited. So every design strategy was easily commodified again into those furnitures that readily to be sold and replicated. So that is one question that I raised, I think. So what can architects do? What is architects' role in this showing on the mass media as an expert of sharing this knowledge? I think also concerning the real estate advertisings, I think in Lucia's presentation, it also shows those narratives, right, by the developers, right, but not suited for those lifestyles, for those who live in affordable housing. So who are the audiences of all these narratives? Once we talk about language, we talk about introduction or invention of new terms, who would be the audience? Language are always a way of initiating new knowledge, and knowledge is power, right? Who got the power to say, and who can only hear and try as to be the passive receiver? So I think that's perhaps something architects can think about, how to utilize this mass media, even though it can be easily consumerized, but how to utilize it to speak out their own words and share their knowledge, especially design thinking as a process rather than some final product that you can easily copy, but it's more of a way of design thinking about sharing knowledge, about generating your new terms to make some counteract to the already established framework, whether by the state or by the market.
That's super interesting point. Alejandra, Sebastián?
Yeah, from my point of view, I think that our role within this complex condition is actually to untangle this relationship between words and things, between objects and discourses. My own doctoral thesis was titled Rhetorics of the Plan, and actually by the end, Tafuri, that was the historian of the plan, himself said like that when the plan was most pure, most rational, it actually became the most efficient ideological vehicle, turning from plan to non-plan. And that's why I arrived to Chile to study this moment when the non-plan, the complete deregulation actually was performed in the city. And in this study of politics, programs, policies on housing, actually the same instruments or the same policies sometimes are implemented with very different ideologies. So the same plot of 9/18 was used, I don't know, with the ideology of self-construction on one period, and then during the dictatorship was the way of disarticulating the city. So you have the same instruments, but loaded with words in very different ways. So at least from my standpoint, and what I do with this research and these exhibitions is actually to unfold or unravel this relationship between material things like policies, buildings, cities, and the way we name them, or yes, so like the act of naming and putting words as an epistemological moment in which things are possible through words as well. So I think we can fight somehow. It is also like architectural revolution, and we decided architecture as reform, which words we choose to name things, as that book of Le Corbusier or not, are very important.
Thanks, Alejandra. Sebastián, you
well, in my view, the thing is that architecture cannot be detached from politics. Especially when it comes to the provision of popular housing at a larger scale, the provision of housing of social interest, trying to provide for a basic social need. And so we architects are entangled in a tension between the possibility of innovation, which is inherent to our trade, you know, versus the illusions, the pretense that is driven by the market through images, in the way that I think, if I understood correctly, Yang's presentation shows so interestingly and so poignantly, because it relates, I think, to every country in the world. It is also a question of architecture proper, facing the problems of urban planning and urban design. We cannot think, although in reality the market plays it in a way that architecture is detached from the urban planning problems and the urban design problems, as if architecture itself were enough to solve the basic needs and the basic problems, and then again offering images that become illusions or pretensions by, you know, the majority of the people. At least I'm talking about our own experience in Chile. By the way, I can judge by recent events in Chile that after many years of the provision of rather dull and simple solutions for social housing, after many years, the public is becoming discriminating. It's able to discriminate in terms of architectural design, and so the market is reacting to this new capacity, probably related to generational change and the influx of communications, global communications and images that come from all over the world. And we're seeing something that I could call an improvement in architectural design. So I don't have an answer to your question, Francisco. I don't know exactly what architecture can offer other than innovation, but only if that innovation is, so to speak, allowed by the market and accompanied by proper urban design and urban planning.
Time for one more question? Huh?
2 more minutes.
Yeah, so very short, a point that came to my mind after watching Yang's presentation, the question of the family as a cell of society that she presented, and which also crosses what you presented, Lucia, and the case of Chile that Sebastián and Alejandra may tell about, because it's curious that the family may be a cell of a society in a socialist regime, and also it's considered the cell of the society in the neoliberal constitution that Pinochet enacted in Chile in 1980. So 2 different political regimes with the same solution, and also in London. So what can we say about this coincidence between family and home? And I don't know, I think there's something to say about that.
If we can briefly wrap up with this question.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to.
Anyone wants to briefly wrap up? I'm not having my microphone.
So if anyone wants to respond to this question.
We will just ask one person to jump in if possible.
I can, yeah. I guess, I mean, it's not Chile or China, but in London, I think what we are also saying is that families are very diverse. So maybe, the idea of family that in China has been portrayed, or in Chile by these different regimes. What we are saying is that, we need to design for a broader understanding of what a family is, how a family evolves, and I think in that there is a huge scope for policy and architecture design to, engage and through participation and conversations with, society, understand a bit better, the different models of family, and that we design for them and not impose certain ways of living.
I'm sure that our following panelists will discuss that after, in our next panel, how do we live now post-COVID-19? And I know Frances Hollis is keen on expanding on the topic who's here in the room. So we thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Lucia.
you.
Thank you, Alejandra. And thanks to all. And good luck to the panelists that are coming right now. See you.
So we will take a 5-minute break, if that's okay. We will introduce the next round, and then we will kindly ask the rest of the panelists for the How Do We Live Now to swap the order and start with Santiago, if that's okay. Was that the plan? Yes, that's the plan, so that's no problem. Macarena, you can start, because Macarena needs to leave afterwards. Thank you, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Gracias. We don't. Yeah.
Hi, Simon.
I'm just checking my microphone here. Camila, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Hola, Camila.
Hola.
Yes, and it's super
Hi.
nice to hear you.
Hello.
Hello. We cannot hear you, Simon. We can see you perfectly well, but
Can you hear me now?
now we can. Loud and clear.
That's good. Yeah. So,
So if I understood correctly, the order will be first Santiago, no? And
Apparently, yes.
yes. So in the same order as there is in the program, I guess.
yeah, I think nothing's been said about changing the order. So we've got. I'm sorry, I'm in deep gloom. The university has given me a room which has got very good internet reception, but not very good lighting. So,
A good compromise, I guess. It will be worse the other way around.
well, yeah, I mean, if push comes to shove, I prefer to hear what's going on
Yes.
than be seen.
It looks like people in Venice are having a spritz or something like that. I don't know what time is it there. I guess it's not too early.
No, it's always, well, it's okay for a spritzer, yeah. Maybe whiskey a bit too early.
Yeah.
Right.
Here, Shanghai is midnight. It's
Am I on? Okay,
Yeah.
Brilliant. So, welcome, welcome to our second panel of today, and our very last panel of this two-day-long symposium, How Do We Live? And the question is, how do we live now? And it was initiated by a research we began with Jocelyn on housing performance during lockdown and beyond, which we will not present now, because we are more curious of what your take within each city of how COVID lockdown measures have impacted our use of our home, and how these changes might influence our way of life, our housing preferences, working and living conditions within our homes and around our homes in our neighborhoods after the immediate emergency. The panel proposes to investigate the appropriateness of each city's housing stock and urbanities for this intensive 24-hour occupancy, and ask the question if in the future how it is likely to include some of these changes and much larger element of home working and other activities might likely to be part of our homes.
So we would like to introduce our two panel chairs. We have online Camila Cosinha. First I'll introduce her, and Simon Pepper. We thank you both and all our panelists joining today. Camila Cosinha is a postdoctoral research fellow at Knowledge in Action for Urban Equality program at the Bartlett UCL, where she works in collaboration with local organizations from cities in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, seeking to promote policies and practices that advance urban equity. She holds a PhD in development planning, and her research focuses mainly on inequality, housing policies, participation, and urban informality. Simon Pepper is PhD Emeritus Professor of Architecture at University of Liverpool. We have been very lucky with Johanna to have him on board as our tutor for this project. He's a senior research fellow. He's qualified architect with a career that includes design work in private architectural practices, so specifically in social housing, and secondment to a housing policy division of the then Department of the Environment between 76 and 78. His research focuses on British social housing and planning, and his original field of Italian Renaissance military architecture. He was PL for HRB, now AHRC Research Awards. And with that, we would really welcome our chairs and have them present our other panelists. We would keep the order that we have in the brochure. First Santiago, then Frances Hollis here from London, and then Liu Kan from Shanghai. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We'd had a discussion, Camilla and myself, and agreed that so that we didn't fall over each other too much, I would introduce the speakers, and she would cope with the subsequent discussions, questions, and useful interventions. So you've been introduced to us. It falls to me to introduce Professor Macarena Ibarra, who's an associate professor in the Institute of Urban Studies of the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. She holds an MA from Leeds and a PhD from Cambridge, and her teaching and research focuses on 20th century urban and planning history, with a particular interest in the politics of public health, which of course is the connection to this session. She's going to talk to us about the preliminary results of her current research project, Housing, Neighbourhood and the City for Epidemic Control, in which she addresses the factors that influence compliance of lockdown measures and physical distancing at both neighbourhood and city scale. So very much on point with the topics for this session. Over to you, Professor Ibarra.
Thanks for the presentation. May I ask you to be able to share the screen? I don't know if...
Yes, it'll take a second to respond. Yeah, they're doing.
Oh, yes. Great.
I will be... We have tried several ways of keeping our time. I apologize for my role here, but I will give you a heads up on your 12 minutes so that we can start wrapping up.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for this invitation. Thanks to the organizers, Jocelyn, Johanna, and Camilo, the chairs, and the people that are today here in this discussion. This discussion shows the preliminary results of this research that was mentioned, funded by the Chilean National Agency of Research and Development. I will first refer to the project and its main outcomes, and then discuss about the influence of housing conditions in lockdown measures based on the analysis of online focus groups carried out during the beginning of this year. The project seeks to analyze the social and urban factors that influence the possibility of complying lockdown measures and physical distances at three levels: housing, neighborhood, and city. These considerations, the project proposes, must be taken into account for the formulation of public policy for control and prevention of the current pandemics and its effects in Chile. In Chile, the period of lockdowns in the last 2 years have been quite extended, between 6 to 10 months of complete lockdowns, plus around 15 months of schools closed, and 20 months of curfew. Even though this research studies 3 Chilean cities, Antofagasta, Temuco, and Santiago, this presentation focuses on 4 selected neighborhoods in Santiago that represent diverse conditions: Independencia, Lo Barnechea, Santiago, and La Pintana. Previous results to this selection were obtained using 2 approaches: the construction of an index of social and territorial conditions for COVID control and prevention measures, and the application of a survey to a sample of 400 individuals in Greater Santiago. The index reveals the social and material conditions presented by the built environment of the city's neighborhoods in relation to these measures, taking into consideration 3 dimensions: social and spatial conditions, conditions of movements, and conditions of access. The survey examined the practices adopted by the population during the pandemic, and in particular, during periods of lockdown. The map revealed the territorial disparities that exist, which together create environments that favor, to a greater or lesser extent, efforts to tackle the pandemic and its consequences. This map shows the distribution of the index in Santiago. Blue areas represent better conditions for lockdown, and red areas represent worse conditions. The pattern is similar to the pattern of social and economic segregation, but is not equivalent. Considering it was possible to select then specific neighborhoods from diverse and social conditions. This neighborhood in Santiago, Santa Isabel, is characterized for this type of small apartments. This neighborhood is characterized for subdivision and renting, often to immigrants from Peru, Venezuela, and Haiti. In Lo Barnechea, we can see 2 types of neighborhoods. Most of them are upper and middle class, but also some very poor and overcrowded neighborhoods. Finally, La Pintana is one of the most deprived municipalities in Santiago and actually in Chile, I would say. There are several neighborhoods with this kind of social housing built mostly in the 80s and 90s. So, considering the importance of perceptions about housing conditions, this discussion is mainly based on the outcomes coming from the analysis of 10 focus groups carried out during the first semester of this year, 2021, in these 4 neighborhoods, which show how people from different age and social economic status try to adapt to lockdown by applying different strategies. The analysis shows the critical impact of housing in the experience of assuming lockdown measures. Pandemics and lockdown have shown how both material aspects of housing and new social dynamics within the homes play a critical role in the context of radical changes in people's daily life in terms of domestic tasks, care, and working dynamics. Certainly, according to the different social contexts, the focus groups show that in order to adapt to lockdowns, people have taken different strategies by modifying the interior of their residences to facilitate family coexistence or asking for support to familiar networks. The role of housing conditions is even more critical when considering the increasing of mental health problems, salary decrease, and changes in working dynamics. People appreciate living in houses rather than in apartments, while gardens are recognized as a critical space to prevent psychological stress caused by lockdown. There are rather different experiences regarding lockdown for those who live in houses or in apartments. Those who live in houses declare having better coexistence in the context of pandemics without needing to share common spaces. Among the people interviewed, remote schooling is considered a critical problem during lockdown, particularly because of the need of sharing spaces between members of the family. A consequence of lockdown has been, among others, the mix between domestic and working spaces, the lack of taking breaks and relaxing times. Those who live in apartments consider that the absence of gardens or areas of physical activities affect daily life, while coexistence with neighbors appears as a concern too. Those who live in social housing criticize the deficient design and material of the constructions to face these extended lockdowns. Participants of the focus groups identify overcrowded conditions as a main problem, particularly in neighborhoods characterized by social housing, such as Población El Castillo in La Pintana. This problem is considered critical as increased contagious to the impossibility of keeping physical distance. The issue of renting turned to be critical, especially in low-income areas. The main problem identified were the deplorable condition of rooms, mainly for immigrants, subletting, and the high and fluctuating costs of renting. The practices and strategies taken in order to adapt the spaces of their homes to new demands go from an increase of people having to double up, investment in improving houses, to the reorganization of spaces and redistribution of furniture to give space to remote working, virtual education, and playing areas for children. Depending on their conditions to face lockdown, some people moved to other residences. Young people moved on their own, while others, to reduce cost of living, moved to cheaper places. While most of Double Up did for economic reasons, others did it to receive emotional support or to comfortable houses, to more comfortable houses of their extended family temporarily during lockdowns. Other strategy adopted was to refurbish, modify, or enlarge the residences. The money to do it so came from different sources, but it was common to identify the withdrawal of 10% from the pensions, a law that was approved during pandemics in Chile. For a number of people interviewed, Improving their homes was an urgent matter. Some people declared modification of areas for physical activities too. During lockdowns, spaces inside the residence were adapted and rearranged to facilitate children's spaces for school classes and recreation. It was common to adapt dining and living rooms as classrooms or co-work spaces. The importance of housing is even more critical when considering aspects related to domestic tasks, care inside homes, and other conditions. Although pandemics promoted some more collaboration from men in domestic roles, according to the participants, most of the tasks were in charge of women who claimed to be exhausted due to the multiple roles, mothers, carer, workers, and so on, that they had to take. Finally, working conditions appear to be relevant in terms of the complex economic situation, unemployment, and decrease of job offers, while informal work increased. But the outcomes about the role of housing affecting lockdown measures must be seen also in terms of people's perception about the city and their neighborhood during pandemics. Participants declared that the city did not adapt to the pandemics. For instance, there was a complaint that even though levels of mobility throughout the city have decreased in this period, in peak hours, public transport was still crowded. In this way, people considered that the city became more hostile while dissipated the space of sociability. Apart from housing conditions, participants criticized the failure of propitious and effective public policies to encourage people to respect lockdowns, while the 10% policy appears as the main measure. Mental health problems that mostly affected elderly people and children, as lockdowns were more restricted to these groups, must also be considered in terms of the housing impacts. This was a reason to legitimate the infringement of lockdowns. According to the focus groups, this is a more extended practice in low-income neighborhoods, such as in La Pintana. In these areas, there was a higher mobility due to working reasons, less control of the police, but also it was influenced by the conditions of housing, the size, the characteristics, etc., and the lack of public space or poor quality of public space in their neighborhoods. Thus, according to the different contexts, housing has been redesigned while different strategies have been adopted in order to undergo lockdowns, enlargements, improvements, reorganization, etc., and to help conciliating domestic and working tasks, coexistent within the family members and amusement areas inside the residences, particularly when the city has become hostile and unfriendly. Thanks.
Thanks. That was exceptionally good and well timed. So many thanks for that contribution. Shall we move on straight away to a second contribution from Chile, from Dr. Nicolas Valenzuela, who is qualified as an architect. Are we getting his face coming up on the screen? We should.
I'm here, but I don't know if my face is.
Your face is there now. Is an architect who took a master's in urban design at the Catholic University of Chile. Later, he went to Cambridge for an MPhil in development studies, and after that, a PhD in land economy. Currently, he is a professor at the Technical University Federico Santa Maria, and a researcher at the Center for Sustainable Urban Development. Professor Valenzuela is going to tell us about his work on sustainable urban transport systems in the post-COVID world, which will, of course, demand policies for resilience and social equity, as well as decarbonisation. And it addresses questions like, how does the housing deficit affect working from home? What is the potential for alternative transport, cycling perhaps as a replacement for the private car? Well, that's enough from me. Over to Professor Valenzuela. We're looking forward to hearing about your work.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm very happy to be here, and along with so many talented researchers, and especially I think coming after Macarena, it's interesting because I think the two presentations mesh quite well. What I'm presenting today is a paper we published alongside with Tomás Echiburu, with Juan Correa, Ricardo Tuya, and Juan Carlos Muñoz. We did this research when I was a postdoc researcher in the Institute of Urban Studies, where Macarena is based. And also part of the Center for Sustainable Development here in Chile. So this was an answer for a quick call for research from Dr. Ashish Verma from the Indian Institute of Science, in order to have some fast reactions to what we were experiencing around the world in terms of the connection between urban transport, sustainability, and how, actually a quite similar question to what we are discussing today, how are we going to live in the future in our cities? So what we decided to do, and you can find this paper published in Transport Policy, was to take advantage of the data we had from travel surveys in Santiago, the same map that Macarena showed, and to try to connect to different aspects of the needs that were somehow revealed, or maybe not revealed, but at least exaggerated during the pandemic. So what we were trying to debate was, can we think about a mixed solution between the issue of housing, overcrowding, and in general housing demand in Santiago, and also the transport demand, trying to connect issues such as the obvious question of public health, but not limiting our view to the obvious connection to the pandemic, but also to what it's been developing in the last decades in Santiago, which is many connections between cities and different health issues related to, for instance, air pollution, related, for instance, to certain ways of life, and also deprivation of services, and in general low quality of life that is associated to, for instance, diabetes, heart diseases, and things like that. So thinking how cycling, for instance, active transportation can be a way of thinking in a more healthy city in the future, also thinking about decarbonization because of climate change, but at the same time, Santiago is a city that is extremely polluted in terms of its air. So this issue is something very relevant as well. Social equity problems that Macarena summarized it very well. And also the key role of trip distance, to try to think both in the need for housing, for instance, the need for housing if you confront a new pandemic, if we need to have lockdown measures again, the issue of overcrowding is absolutely key. So we were trying to create a model to analyze where we could potentially locate new houses and at the same time link that location scenario to the distance to especially places that concentrate jobs. So this is more or less what we decided to do. We created a model based on the data on travel survey data from Santiago, on the one hand, and also census data to have an idea of where the housing demand is located right now, the housing deficit. So we created a base scenario and then 3 future scenarios that could variate according to the policy approach to cover this housing deficit. So these scenarios vary in terms of the location of housing. One is a compact scenario. So if it's something that it's probably very difficult to achieve if we consider the path that we're following in Santiago, but we wanted to analyze it. Then a pericentral scenario, which is something a little better in terms of location of houses, and then the most likely scenario, which is kind of our it's product of our path dependency on neoliberal policies that have mostly expelled the urban poor to very distant areas of the city. We assign new housing units, and then we consider the current location of employment of jobs, and then we were able to observe and discuss trip potentials in the future. Okay, so this is the density of opportunities for the 60 lowest income percent of households. This is the places where that group that we were focusing on, because it's what we could most likely consider who are the benefiters of housing and subsidy policies, and this is the places where their jobs are concentrated in Santiago. So that was something important for our model. Then we also observed where the housing shortage was located. So the places that are darker is where you have a higher degree of shortage. Then we consider workplace accessibility. Among these 3 lowest income quintiles that I was describing, the 60 poorest percent of the population. And this is a map of accessibility in terms of distances. And then we consider these 3 policy alternatives, right? So what you can see in yellow or something close to yellow is the areas that we consider in a compact scenario is inside an area that it's an orbital high road that we have in Santiago, Américo Vespucio. Then we consider also a number of plots and locations that have been discussed in the housing policy debate in Santiago, which is called Operation Sitio, but it's basically places that during the 70s were basically populated by providing a piece of land, but then completing the housing with self construction. And finally, the red areas is the places where there's still room according to the planning regulations, and where it's actually most likely for housing to be produced, especially for social housing. So these are the locations that we use for our modeling. We also consider the current density in Santiago. So in order to locate the new housing units in the model, we defined that we were not going to locate it where densities were already too high. So the idea was to somehow generate a more homogeneous density in the city, and understanding that it's more difficult to locate the units where density is already too high. And finally, this is the result of the model, and I wish to take a couple of minutes to explain this and then discuss some elements that this actually brings to the table to understand how we live in Santiago now, but actually how we could live in the future. So I'm going to try to use the pen. I don't know if can we see like yes, okay. So the dotted line that you see is the base scenario. So what this graph shows is that if you move to the right in the horizontal axis, this means kilometers between your house and your workplace, okay? And then in the vertical axis, you have thousands of houses, okay? So this is basically what it shows is a concentration of location according to distances, locations of housing units according to distances. So what's interesting first about the dotted line, which is the base scenario, is that you can see that this mark is very important, number 7, because 7 kilometers is more or less a consensus that it's a distance that you can actually, it has a high potential for cycling. So we were putting a lot of attention on that distance. So what is within that distance. So after 7 kilometers, it's a little bit more difficult to convert these trips from motorized modes to cycling. So in the base scenario, you can see that there is an important concentration around 3 kilometers. So this is very interesting to understand the last trends in housing overcrowding in Santiago. For instance, the migrant population tends to concentrate in some neighborhoods that are in the most central areas, and actually the accessibility in terms of distance and of course in terms of time is quite convenient. So something that I have to say is that although we modeled these 3 different scenarios, and one of them is actually quite, it would be wonderful if we can achieve that, the location and this kind of nice scenario is the compact scenario in this blue line, actually is not better than what we have right now. So even if we were able to locate people, all the housing deficit in places that are within the kind of compact scenario, it's still not as good in terms of accessibility to jobs as the current scenario. So it explains many of the it's quite obvious, but it's interesting to see it in terms of data. It explains many of the location trends that you can see among some groups in the population. So the pericentral scenario, which is the one that we modeled using these plots of land that were self-built houses during the 70s, it's a little bit better, but you can see that actually the peak is just after the 7 kilometers from the places where the works are located. And the expanded scenario, that is sadly what is most likely to happen if housing policies continue as they've been working so far, is actually quite a catastrophe in terms of the change in accessibility right now, or at least distance to jobs, and what it could be in the future. So we think that we require in order to think more sustainable and more resilient scenarios for Santiago and other cities, we need to have this kind of integrated approaches. This is just a model. There are many variables that you could, of course, question, because it's always data is limited to what you can collect and what you can model. But what we can see is that even our best scenarios to, for instance, provide adequate housing for instance, being able to endure future lockdowns, and at the same time take some pressure out from motorized transportation, it's not very encouraging. So we should think about this, project future scenarios, and think about our planning alternatives. And finally, this issue of trying to move away from motorized transport modes has two components, of course. One obvious, or maybe three components. One is the obvious, it's decarbonization, but the two other ones is, one is social equity. We have a very unequal access to cars or to private motorized modes, but at the same time, in future pandemics, it's likely that it won't be maybe the most recommended mode of transport. It won't be. I mean, during this pandemic, we saw an issue with public transport because people whether don't want to use public transport, or maybe it's not recommendable because of the virus. So this is not very good news, but at least we have this modeling exercise to think about the future and how we can live in Santiago. So that would be my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. That was a very interesting analysis you've given us, and thoughts which I'm sure are going to be picked up later by other people in the discussion. And once again, congratulations on keeping well within the time limits. Thank you so much for that. Our next contributor comes from London, England. Francis Hollis is an architect and an emeritus reader in architecture at the London Metropolitan University. And we'll see her, I hope, in a moment when her face comes up on the screen. But where so many people have only recently gone into looking at the many dimensions of the COVID-generated crisis, Francis Hollis has been researching working from home for many years. In 2015, she published Beyond Live Work, the architecture of home-based work. In 2019, she produced with two other authors, Homework City. So this is a long-term involvement that puts her well ahead of the rush of studies prompted by COVID-19. And it'll be very interesting to hear her mature reflections on the changes that are now seen to be reshaping working lives in cities all over the world. I don't see Francis.
I think she's in the room in Venice.
She's in the room, is she? Ah, well, that's great. Maybe they'll take us to the Venice studio. But we're all welcoming her and looking forward to hearing what she has to tell us. Over to you.
Thank you, Simon, for the introduction, and thank you, Johanna and Jocelyn, for the invitation. So the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered an unexpectedly successful global experiment in home-based work. By the second quarter of this year, more than 500 million people were working full-time from home. And the surveys have consistently shown that this has been popular, that the really major majority want to continue in one form or another after COVID. But the real game changer has been that because this was an imposed experiment, employers didn't have any option. The employers have found that it worked for them as well, because 70% of their employees have been equally or more productive working from home than they were when they went out to work in a centralized office. And this obviously has major implications in terms of making good business sense and reducing of overheads, etc. So there are major implications for the way that we inhabit our buildings and our cities and the way we think about them and design them. This is the stereotypical view of working from home, a handsome man sitting at his MacBook in immaculate circumstances. But of course, as we all know now, the reality is far more likely to look like this, with most people squeezing their work into homes or their homes into their workplaces in ways that cause real problems. And this is bad enough if you work at a computer. People tend to think in tramlines about home-based work, and at the moment it's teleworkers. It's people, it's employees working from home on computers. But the reality is that people work from home in a very wide range of different occupations. And if your occupation involves radically different spatial or environmental requirements than what are produced in our standardized idea of what a home is today, then this is even more problematic. These are all home-based workers that I've interviewed in recent years. And this is even more problematic if you're a tenant of social housing, where not only are you limited by very small space standards, but very often there are governance systems, tenancy agreements that either prevent or even prohibit people from working from home, let alone in England we have this bedroom tax, which means that people there's punitive taxing on having extra space. I became interested in this building type that combines dwelling and workplace in 2001, and I traced its history as a way of establishing its existence. And I then got really curious about who were the home-based workers. Obviously, I was ahead of the curve. This is work that was carried out in 2003, I suppose, this piece of work. So who are these people? What do they do? What are the spaces they inhabit? What are their spatial and environmental needs? And so I made a close scrutiny of the lives and premises, bringing together sociological and architectural methodologies, the lives and premises of 76 home-based workers from urban, suburban and rural contexts in England, across the social spectrum in a very wide range of different occupations and in different building types. And my first finding was that within this small sample, relatively small sample, I found 8 different groups, different types of home-based workers that had radically different spatial and environmental needs. And so the first finding, if you like, is that recognizing the extent and complexity of this workforce is the first step to being able to design for it well. And it's what the live-work movement of the late 20th century founded on. They had a one-size-fits-all solution. So I abstracted plans in relationship to how people were using their spaces, with red as dual-use spaces, green as dedicated workspaces, and blue as dedicated living spaces. And they ranged from this photographer who thought it was ridiculous to distinguish between work and home. So all his spaces were dual-use. He worked in the bath, he worked on the toilet, and he entertained his friends and his guests in his studio. And at the other end of the spectrum, we've got the building surveyor whose wife was very ill, in and out of hospital. He needed to work from home to look after the children, but he found it incredibly difficult to work in the house because he was distracted and because he was interrupted. And so he craned a porter cabin into his garden, and he made an office in the porter cabin, and he kept his work completely separate there and his home completely separate, in his domestic life completely separate here. And then we've got a furniture maker in between that obviously combines these two types. I then used a visual methodology to analyze all the 76 plans and identified 3 typologies. The first is the simplest, but maybe the most important. And it goes like this. It's about dominant function. Basically, some people work in their homes. Okay, so far nothing new. Okay, social policy researcher with 2 children. But then, the surprise, many people live at their workplace. And so this is a costume designer maker, and this is her front door, and she has a single industrial unit, at one end of which is set up for her work, and at the other end is her home with some pink fluffy sofas dividing the two. And then there's a third type, which is what I called equal status. These buildings aren't either home-dominated or work-dominated, but they have equal status on the street. So this is a combination. This is an architect's office and home. And but on the street, all that... Whoops, wrong. Oh, Lord, how do I go back? Here we are. All that is seen is a gate, which has a pair of doorbells. And one doorbell says office and one doorbell says home. But within the building, there are radically different spaces for the domestic sphere and for the busy architectural office. So that's the first typology. The second typology relates to the relationship, the spatial relationship between the dwelling and the workplace aspects within the building. And there are three types again. So the first is and it's to do with the distance, if you like, spatial separation. So the first one I called Live With. This is Atelier Bow Wow in Japan, in Tokyo, and there's a single front door to live with, and it's a single fire compartment. You go in the front door, and then both the work and the home happen in that space. This is an extreme one. Atelier Bow Wow's home and office is on 7 levels, and only the bathroom and the bedroom have a door on them. The rest of them, the work is like a tide that goes through the building and out of the building, and during the working day, the whole building is workspace, and at night, the whole building, and in the weekends, the whole building is home. This is the most common by far, but not the most popular. Artists, the findings are artists like to live and work like this, but most other people prefer a degree of separation. So the second type in terms of spatial design strategy is live adjacent, where you have a workplace and a separate front door into the home, which is next door. This one again in Tokyo, graphic designers and their shop and their studio on the ground floor, and then you just go upstairs to the flat above. So people have this, so there's a degree of spatial separation between the two functions. And here, the third one, live nearby, where you have to go for a small walk from your home to get to your workplace. And this is the most popular. But this is also one of the least frequent. And this is a scheme in the Netherlands, and you find that Japan and the Netherlands are the countries that design for home-based work is the most sophisticated. And it's a little ring of 2-story, it's co-housing for musicians. And musicians have problems with their neighbors. They're often home-based workers, and they disturb their neighbors, or their neighbors disturb them. And so in the middle of this scheme is a great grassy mound, and underneath this mound there is a cluster of music studios, one for each house. And I think the last time I was there were 10 drummers living in these houses around. So this is 2 typologies, and at real odds with how we build our housing today. And we need to build housing that meets both typologies. We need to have these 3 different sorts of separation between dwelling and workplace, and also the radically different sorts of buildings designed for home-based work. So in a way, this is an argument against the standard product of housing that we so commonly build today. So we developed a design guide that identified a whole series of principles for consideration when designing for home-based work. And then were given funding to develop 12 exemplary building designs, and then came unstuck because it's like, oh, how do we design 12 buildings? We have no clients, we have no sites. And so what we did instead was we came up with 12 patterns, very modest patterns, taking not architecture, but basically a series of generic designs for spatial arrangements that would illustrate the principles in the design guide. And each pattern is part of a family. And I'm going to just go through a couple of these very briefly. They're very modest. Most people in England live in two-story terraced houses, and so we based the pattern book on that form. This isn't high architecture at all, but whoops. So we started with we didn't start here, but this is one of the ones I want to show you. Very simple passage, and the very simple design move that makes this into a building that embodies adaptability as a principle is that sorry, I'm losing control of this machine, is that the two houses are separated by a passage that goes from the street here into a backyard. And so you start, the brown indicates the home-based work. So we start with this very unsatisfactory thing of home-based work on a desk underneath the stairs, fine for 2 hours a week, not if you're going to do it for more than that. And then because of the passage, this enables separate entrances to be made here. And so the whole back of the house on the ground floor is able to be taken over by the work. The work has grown. The work has expanded in the home. And these can then, because of this passageway, because of the separate front doors, these can accommodate members of the public. A surprising amount of home-based work involves interactions with members of the public, which creates really interesting design issues in terms of public and private in the home. So the next one, maybe the family or the household has grown, and the work is ejected from the home. And so the work moves into what we call the work box, which is basically a shed in the bottom of the garden, but it's in a collective yard. And so what it means is that there's a sense of a collective workspace with a neighbor, or even the potential to connect a whole series of these together so that there's a whole working environment at the bottom of the garden. And then, of course, this workbox can grow. And so this is a form of adaptability, defining as adaptability in housing as the ability for a home to be changed through building work over time, over a period of time. The next one it explores the idea of flexibility. Flexibility being the idea that a building can be used in a whole load of different sorts of ways without needing to be altered through building work at all. It's based on the machiya, which is the Japanese merchant's house, which were very, very long, thin row houses, pairs of spaces that were interspersed with little pocket gardens. And then with this long, thin service zone down one side, which in Japan was called the niwa, which has the circulation and the kitchens and bathrooms in it. And you can see from the block plan that this, again, two front doors, turns out to be a sort of major theme in terms of designing well for home-based work. So there's a separate alleyway at the back. This is the street, so you've got an entrance off the street, and you've got a whole separate entrance off a separate access way. And this means that this rear part of the building can be used as a workspace with its own entrance, and the work, there's a little 3D, whoops. And then the work can expand, so it takes up the whole of this rear part of the building, and obviously you can close it off here so that the domestic part of the space is completely separate. And of course this has many possible applications. It's not just for work. There are many ways in which people can need to have separate space. So carers for elderly or disabled people, a granny flat, recalcitrant teenagers. We can name many possible applications. So one of the, I suppose, maybe as absolutely central finding of the research is that one size absolutely doesn't fit. And there are 4 variables: the occupation, the nature of the household. I often say throw a pair of 6-month-old twins in and see if it still works. The amount of space available, and then the personality of the home-based worker. People like to work in really different ways. We're all different. And some people like to be in a sort of hermetically sealed, silent, very separate space, and some people like to be in a very busy, noisy, bustling sort of environment. But the problem we have is that that's not what we're building at all. What we're building increasingly is small, purpose-built apartments that are not flexible, they're not adaptable. They're built to very tight-fit design systems, and the research shows that the newest housing in the UK has been the least comfortable in COVID. So flexibility and adaptability emerge as key principles, which is much more difficult to achieve in apartments than in houses, but that is what we're building. And what we've been building since 2002, these tight-fitted apartments, is potentially the slums of the future. So I'm going to finish just by showing one scheme. It's not, it's private housing, but I think it's extremely interesting just as a model. It's a scheme of office apartments in Maastricht by Jocelyn architects, and it adopts in terms of flexibility and use. So it's designed specifically. The apartments are office apartments, so it's very specific about the sort of work that is related to the home. And so the first, the approach to flexibility in terms of the design strategy, the first approach is functional neutrality. So all the floor-to-ceiling heights are identical and they're generous. And every opening in the building is identical. And so what this means is that we don't know if behind each of these entrances, each of these windows, French windows, it could be a dentist's surgery, it could be an architect's office, it could be a photographer's, it could be a family home, or it could be a one-bedroom apartment. And all those things exist in this building. The second strategy, flexibility in use, is each of these apartments has 2 front doors, one of which goes into a small lobby with a toilet off it and a very small space, and the other one goes into a larger entrance hall with a bathroom and a larger set of spaces. And and of course these can be used in any way round that people want, and it can change over time, and it can be used for all sorts of different applications. So in this case, we've got the small space. This is the entrance to the living space, and it's the small space. And in this case, it's just the bedroom. And the large space, this is the separate entrance to the large space. The large space is an architect's office in this case. And here you've got exactly the same apartment the other way around, where the small space is the workspace and the large space is the home. And then adaptability over time. So thinking about how this can be changed through building work over time. The structure of this building, which is organized around a central atrium, is that spans from the outside skin to this interior service zone. So all the internal walls can be taken out, including between separate units. So you could imagine that this whole floor could be a completely open plan space that has a dozen young creative people living and working in unconventional ways. It would work very well. Or it can be made into extremely small cellular spaces for, I mean, people can do a whole range of different things with it. So I want to finish on this, which I think is in the wake of COP26, a really important idea, is that a sustainable building is not one that must last forever, but one that can easily adapt to change. And I think that what's happened through COVID-19 is that we've realized, just one wrong, is that we've realized that suddenly this idea we've had about what housing is off the mark, it's wide of the mark. And suddenly our housing has to change to accommodate an entirely different approach to living and working. And of course, this will happen again in ways that we can't possibly predict. That's it. Okay. I expect I ran over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Frances. That was a fascinating analysis, and you know, at a small scale, the scale of the actual dwelling unit and workspace. But the principles are ones that are easily grasped once someone's pointed them out to us in the way that you have so clearly. So thank you very much for that contribution. The next one, the final one in this session, comes from China, where Professor Liu Kan, who's an associate professor in the College of Architecture and Urban Planning at Tongji University, Shanghai, is going to talk about the master plan for Shanghai and the part played within it of the concept of the 15-minute living circle. Professor Khan is an architect. He's director of international cooperation at his college. And his own research focuses on urban and architectural criticism, computational design research, and the history of Shanghai's urban generation. And that's what brings him to this explanation of the 15-minute living circle as the base unit by which to measure the quality of urban life within the mega city. So it's really a question of going from the very small scale to the much larger scale. But welcome, Professor Khan. We're anxious to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pepper. I share my screen. Okay, could you see the screen? Okay.
We can, yes. That's good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This is a great honor for me to be here to join this kind of discussion. I'm super jealous for Professor Hollis could be staying in Venice, because just before the pandemic, I bring my students to Venice, and after that, I also have an academic visiting to London. So just everything went back to Shanghai, blocked down. So yes, it seems something changed. The sharing today, the topic for me is about the 15 minutes community life circle in Shanghai. We start thinking this topic. Sorry, just it seems my screen blocked. Okay, it that work? Okay. Just for this thinking, it starts from 4 years ago, and actually. The first thinking that when we talk about the better life, also when we talk about the minutes, 15 minutes Shanghai, already in our city have some discussion. Since the Shanghai 2010 Expo, we have the topic about better city or better life. And we start to think about the life and urban development and how to influence the city's residents' living quality. Just 4 years ago, 2017, and our university, we helped our city to set up the new master plan. We call this Shanghai 2035 years. This new master plan influenced Shanghai in the future of the urban development. And for that reason, it's the first time in the master plan from the government announcements that we maintained the terminology 15 minutes community life circle into the city. So my team started this kind of thinking from that year, and this is so the sharing of some of the thinking I separate into 4 different examples. 2018 and 2019, I have 2 different topics, and after the Shanghai lockdown, we quickly try to modify and to start rethinking this kind of living issue, and we developed that. So the first I want to share is on the 2018, the 20 waste management design. It's a very lucky way that I got from the local government office to ask me to give some proposal about different communities waste management. This is 4 years ago. So I bring my students and we made a survey. In each of this kind of community, the Chinese Shanghai local community have this kind of garbage space. It's very, if nobody want to mention that, nobody want to see that, but they are hidden and actually belongs to each family. They want to throw the luggage, they know the place very well, but they have many bad quality and the influence is not so good. So our thinking from that, we do a kind of survey. Actually, we go for more than 100 community, and each community have several this kind of space. And this space sometimes combined with building, sometimes combined with landscape. They have different surroundings, but this kind of different typology actually give us a thinking of the proposal. Could we make it better? So when we look at one of this kind of waste management, actually Shanghai, after our research, separates the luggage into 4 different types, and we paste that into different colors. But before that, each of different waste in the same way to throw. And the survey, we make survey, we find that very interesting. In different community, people have different customers in different time to throw the different waste. So sometimes the elder community may be people in daytime using to throw, and sometimes for the elder young people, or when they after work, they go for this kind of space. So we try to give a proposal to different community that to separate the space and to give a different volume for people can make a different throw of this kind of waste management. So in that moment, we were thinking that we find that we cannot give one design proposal for all of this community to say this is a kind of our proposal. But we find that when we really go for the deep of to understand the life and belongs to different family and different community, they are a little bit different. So from this typology, we want to separate the space, and this space based on a survey that how much volume people need and how different people use this kind of space. And then things to come to the second year, 2019, and we want to enlarge this kind of thinking to make a better life. So I set up many different community to enlarge our thinking. So in this 76 community, it's located everywhere in the center of Shanghai. They belongs to different years, some from 1930 until 2000 years. So they are new community and also some old communities. And we try to figure out how many different infrastructure facilities could be easily used for the people who are living around this community. So we simply set 3 different lines, the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes run, and try to calculate the different facility belongs to this community, around this community. So in this map, could see very interesting that some old community, we are thinking they are quite old, outdated, but actually there are a lot of facilities and easily could be used around this community. Compared to some new community, sometimes it is not so convenient where people live because they are quite new and the facilities is not in many. So this is the first time we really touch about the topic when the Shanghai government mentioned about the 50 minutes city. So like this case, one of the community, and we try to based on this kind of survey to think about the structure of the community and how people really use the space and to could really touch, get the aim, what they need around this kind of community. And yes, and also this research based on some research of the volume, the FAR, the floor average ratio, because we have a lot of high-rise community, high-rise building and apartments in Shanghai. So then since the lockdown in Shanghai, and everything quickly changed, and we get a very dramatic way. And so the first is about my life. So last year, every day, I have to say I have 1 semester, the whole semester teaching online. This is just a couple of months ago. I talked with different architects, different seminar students, and all my life changed into internet. So I think this is the first change. Everybody get a very strong emotion for that. And the second is about the life like the kids. I also talk with the kids by the distance programs. So I found that in this kind of dramatic change, also the kids used for that. So one day I bring students for the kids for visiting, and also I shared with my son's classmates online. And also the television come to my home, interview me how I do teaching for students at home. So this gives a lot of thinking, and we have to know what is really different from the beginning. We were thinking to make a better life of the city and living. And the other is an example beside my home. This is a shopping mall, and this is the lobby of the shopping mall. Before the pandemic lockdown, the lobby, we know in shopping mall is full of activities, want people to get in. But after that, this is the lobby. One day I go inside, I was very astonished because it's a public space and people play badminton. And actually the shop owner do not stop that. They think this is could be at least people to share the space. So so the space is still there, but the people looking for that belongs to the community changed. They are not come here for the shopping, for meeting friends, but they use this as a gym space to have a different meaningful for the people around, and also for kids. And the other is very impressed me. This is around. This is the fence of my university. During the lockdown, we know students inside the campus, they cannot easily come out. People stay home is similar, but people stay in campus got a similar problem. But in Shanghai, we have very profession of the delivery system. The delivery system connected with laborers, people bring the food, bring all the stuffs to people they need. So this picture I took from the students that when students ask for some delivery food, and this delivery man cannot enter campus, so they put the students' dinner just into the fence, and then the students come off the campus in different times to find the food they ordered. So this is very interesting, but also you could see some people make a mark of each of this column. They have a code. So students can take the code to know where her food in different columns. So it becomes a very general but local knowledge for normal people to get the solution. So based on this, during the lockdown, my team and myself start to rethinking the life circle in campus. So this is a diagram about 30 different universities in campus in Shanghai. And we use a similar model in 2018 to check the 15 minutes life in community. But this model, we use that to evaluate the circular life of a campus. Because during the lockdown, I think this is the most important for me to understand that. So the result is very interesting because we find that it's similar like the community that the old campus have a lot of facility inside the university. It means students can get food, can get shopping, can get a lot of stuff from this kind of campus community. But the new university campus, and this is mainly in the suburb of Shanghai, the life is very hard during the lockdown. I have to say, because students can get some food, but they are difficult to get the other support if they are blocked into the campus. So this is what we find, and in 2021, this year, I set up a Shanghai lab, and we officially make a very genuine but very deep study about the 15 minutes community life. So we get support from the local government, and also in Shanghai this year we set up the Shanghai art season, like a biennale in Venice, and the art season is in topic of architecture, and 15 minutes is main of the theme of this art season, and we set up the team, and this team with more than 20 persons, and some is a scholar and many is a students team, and we use a knowledge of the platform. We're getting support from London, from different cities, from Paris. We're talking about 15 minutes Paris, we're talking about 20 minutes Melbourne, and also 30 minutes London. And a lot of scholars actually in this platform start to sharing the knowledge from different cities and different thinkings and knowledge for us to understand the issue when we really take this study for the Shanghai. And also we have a lot of architects to join with us. And these architects, maybe they are not really making the 15 minutes as a job, but they start to join with us to think about this bottom-up thinking and how could be changed, how could be evaluated our new of thinking of the life. And so we could see from the beginning, we even our students, it's very difficult to really touch the aim. But when we go for the community, when we knock the doors to each of the family, when we talk with the local people who serve this kind of space, there are a lot of thinking comes out. So we try to draw something. We try to give some support proposal. We try to give some suggestions to the street, to the local owners, some families. Also, we try to calculate and we try to dataalize the street. We take 4 different main streets in Shanghai, and we try to, from this kind of systematic, to find the really projects, small projects, but could be really influence the people's way of new pandemic life. And after that, we make a exhibition, and during the exhibition, there are many community person to join with us. People have different jobs, some from artists, some photographers, some journalists, and some is lawyers. They all give a different judgment for the students' projects, because this for that reason, people are not in a professional way, but the people as a residents of the community, they want to join with us to rethinking the community life in Shanghai, and also they want to share the knowledge to our students to make a better proposal. So this is what I'm sharing, and this is still we were doing, and we made a lot of, we continue to propose a lot of projects with the local community. Considering the time, I will not go for deep, but as a kind of thinking in the last, I want to give a short conclusion, but some words to share. The first, I think Shanghai set up the 15 minutes community life circle as one of the most important terminology, which will be strongly influence the master plan. But actually, this comes from our daily life. So if we are just standing in the top, not to go for the family issues, we can never know how difficult and how hard to achieve this kind of thinking. The second is about the changing community life. Have time again to give our architects a new challenge, and this new challenge will be really influence our intellectual thinking. I strongly believe that. And the third, beyond the lockdown, we will see new emerge of new expression of the cityscape. So we were thinking, this is very hard for everybody at this moment, but we were thinking for architects, for urban designer, and for urban planner. This kind of special moment is a very good opportunity for us to rethinking the way, to reevaluate what we were doing before that. The last is the housing production will require a fundamental reconstruction of our profession. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for your listening.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all the other contributors who've made this a very interesting session. I said at the beginning that I was going to hand over at this stage to my co-chair, Camilla, so that's what I shall do. But my personal thanks to all the people who contributed so far. It's been most enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and I echo your words about how fascinating and diverse this session has been. So I'm going to try to keep a very short kind of overall commentary that, more than specific question, is like more to kind of wrap up and try to start building some threads on these different presentations, and then opening up for the last 10 minutes or so for both Simon or any of you that want to continue the conversation. So it's obvious that housing and housing issues have been central to this crisis, no? And I think the diversity of themes that these presentations touch are a testimony of the centrality of housing. Probably the most obvious relate to issues of how the everyday life and the living and working in the same space and the patterns of transport within the city have changed. And that has, I think, in these moments of crisis have made more obvious than ever how we need to understand housing as part of urban systems, of infrastructures, of livelihoods, of governance systems. And these presentations, I think, in different ways have shown that, no? Importantly, remember that we know that housing-related issues are not just central in our everyday life, neutrally, but they are actually having a central role in the social crisis caused by the COVID-19, and has been reported actually by the reports made by to the UN Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing about how housing is at the center of some of the rights that are not necessarily guaranteed, sometimes human rights during this pandemic. And we know also that those effects are not equally distributed, no? Like we need to understand how the different challenges that are faced during the pandemic and through housing are not the same for everyone. So I think there are two important kind of underlying issues that are present in most of the presentation. One is what I was just saying about this necessity of a multi-sectorial and therefore multi-scalar understanding of housing, how housing relates to health, to transport, to livelihoods, to infrastructure, and both the discussions from Nicolas about the relation between housing, transport, and access to jobs, but also Lucan's 15-minute community life cycle are starting to speak about how this relationship between housing, its location, the relation with infrastructure becomes more evident and appealing than ever in the context of the crisis of COVID-19 and require us to think of housing less as a kind of a monosectorial policy and more as a system that interacts with all those things. But also that this crisis put at the forefront this idea that housing issues are intertwined with inequalities at different levels, both at the city level, but also within the households. And that requires somehow to bring to the forefront a more intersectional perspective, if you want, on how we understand this housing crisis, bringing to the surface issues of gender, of ability, of migration status, or of class. And I think some of these things have come through in the presentations quite nicely. For instance, in presentation of Macarena, that sadly had to leave a bit earlier, I think it was quite clear how the capacity to comply with lockdown measures are not only depending on class, if you want, or the size of the housing, but also depending on age, depending on location, depending on the kind of occupations. And I think starting to bring these issues to the housing question is very, very important. Or Francis' presentation focusing on how different occupations, but also different tenancy status may affect different people within the household and across households. And I think that brings very important and relevant questions for housing in the post-pandemic world and in the pandemic world as well. I mean, like, we need to understand this as a continuous process, no? So just two examples that came to my mind as issues that didn't necessarily come to the presentations, but I think speak to the same kind of questions is, for instance, what we have observed across several cities in terms of how gender violence and domestic violence has been an increasing problem during the pandemic, and that is directly connected with the questions of housing. So just in the case of Chile in 2020, there was almost a 44% of increase during the first lockdown measures in Chile in the calls of the kind of gender violence, like direct call. And that increase was like very, very acute between February and May 2020, when it basically multiplied by more than 3, in which like the calls of gender violence increased in domestic violence. And we know that is related to housing. According to the UN Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner, and this is in one of their official reports, that they explain how vulnerability of women and girls to acts of domestic violence and sexual abuse, increasing particularly when alternative safe housing is not available or when living in homelessness. So how I think it's just one of the many possible sides that we can take, that we cannot ignore when we think of all these questions, and how these inequalities that have become more acute are affecting not everyone in the same way. On the same about evictions, UN Habitat acknowledges that there is no systematic global data of forced evictions, but there is an estimate that around 2 million people are forcibly evicted each year. And we know that during the COVID-19, there were very, very interesting initiatives, mainly led by local governments, of eviction moratoriums and kind of stopping these processes. But there are at least 8 countries that were reported by the UN Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing that have actually continued with forced evictions even during the lockdown measures. And I mention evictions not just because it's directly related to housing, but also because I think it also brings an intersectional question. There was a very interesting recent research in Spain, in 2 cities in Tarragona and Terrassa, by Gutierrez and de Clos, that basically revealed the strong correlation between the distribution of evictions in neighborhoods, especially with a concentration of immigrant population, and also clear tendency towards the clustering of evictions in the private neighborhoods. So I think the list of themes could be going and growing and growing and growing, but I think as a general question for me, I think in like kind of how do we move this diversity of themes that you have present in relation to transport, in relation to work, in relation to the capacity to comply with lockdown, in relation to the capacity of neighborhoods to provide all the basic service and infrastructure that different households require. For me, the question is like how these more intersectional and underlying differences that are within and between households, what are the lessons from if you look from that perspective into your researches, and how that perspective can maybe bring some light into the future challenges in the different themes that you have been touching upon. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go through everyone. I know we need to close in around 10 minutes, but I just think it's an interesting layer to start adding, because basically, as someone at the very beginning, I think Nicolas said, like he was mentioning, like what happens for the next pandemic if we are prepared. And I think the question is not just about the next pandemic, but it's about the obvious state of crisis that we are going through, that seem to be becoming this accumulative, and also like dealing with everyday small-scale crisis compiling to each other, and like definitely these questions cannot wait into that kind of that idea that there's going to be another big shock, but like we are living in a period of continuous crisis that for most of the population in the world is very much experienced through their housing experience. So I will leave it there because I don't want to take more time, but I don't know if Simon, do you want to make some general comment, or if we go back to maybe a 1 or 2 minutes intervention for panelists?
I think we ought to go back to the panelists while we're lucky enough to have them.
Yeah, that's okay. So is it okay if we just also maybe reflecting on some of the things I was sharing, but also if you want to reflect back to anything else that was shared by other of the panelists, maybe no more than a couple of minutes each, you can share some final reflections in how the researches that have been presented today talk to each other, and what kind of questions and lessons they bring about, hopefully with this more intersectional perspective that we are trying to bring here at the very end. So Nicolas, okay if I start with you?
Of course, thank you for your comment, because I think that it actually helps to provide a thread between these different presentations. So first, I would like to comment on violence, because absolutely this is something that we've been observing, I guess, in different contexts. I would like to maybe expand.
Nicolas, if you could talk a bit closer to your microphone. It's very difficult to hear you.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little.
Yeah.
Yes. So I just wanted to expand on the violence issue, because it's definitely something that we are observing in different contexts, gender violence, domestic violence. But I would like to add two dimensions of violence and also about risk. So, for instance, in Santiago, there's been a deterioration. There's been a problem of supply of public services, for instance, public transport, which has made public spaces, so for instance, bus stops, more dangerous, and particularly for women. And this is something we are observing. I don't know if it's happening in other parts of the world as well. I mean, we have a particular regime of public services which is private oriented, and therefore the decrease in demand for many services has provoked a change in the pattern, in the daily pattern of provision of these services. So now there is, with lockdown, with less people on the streets, the perception and the violence that especially women and other genders were exposed during the night. I
think we lost you, Nicolas.
A second, yeah, I think I'm right. No?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, yes. So, second thing, in Santiago, paradoxically, although we had a decrease in mobility during lockdown, fatalities, accidents, for instance, deaths of cyclists, they had a record peak in 2020, which is, so we need to ask ourselves what is going on. And finally, a last comment. I think there are new global phenomena that it's very interesting to observe when we discuss how we live, which is, for instance, the supply chain crisis and the inflation cycle that is affecting most of the world. I don't know, for instance, given the fact that we are discussing different cities, I don't know if this new phenomena that we were not expecting, I mean, globalization was kind of, quote unquote, working so well, at least the idea of this ubiquitous supply chain network, and this is mostly affecting the poorest people, mostly affecting women in terms of the end of the supply chain. But I don't know if it's working differently. For instance, if you are in China, where you are much closer to the manufacturing centers compared to what we're living in at the end of the global supply chains. So, and these are phenomena that I think nobody was kind of expecting to be a new kind of pandemic that is also affecting everyone.
Thank you, Nicolas. Is it okay if we go to Liu Can and then we can finish in the room with Francis, inverting a bit the order here?
Thank you so much. Considering my time, it's also 1 o'clock midnight. I try to give it short, but I hope I'm energetic like daytime, but I'm really sorry for that. I think that after the pandemic, we got in Shanghai, at least we get a very dynamic control. So in 2019, yes, we locked down. But after a long term of lockdown, the city quickly transformed the schedule. So from a dynamic control, sometimes the lockdown is one building, sometimes the lockdown is one community. Last week, Shanghai locked down the Disneyland. Had people in the park looking for the fairware, but they are locked down in the Disneyland park. So this is for lockdown, it's different. But for the life, people the life. I think the most different transfer is we based on the internet economy, and we based on the online shopping. This transformed a lot. So like families, we can easily use mobile phone to book the food, to get the vegetables, to get fresh foods from online, and quickly in 1 hour or 30 minutes could come to your home and delivery. So we have very technology delivery system in Shanghai. So this makes us very different way to thinking our life. Before that, we set up the quality of life based on square meter, based on the quality of the building, based on. But actually, when our customer, when our body skill change, when we change the way to measure our body, when we change the way to measure our ability for the delivery aims, actually our living condition also should be changed. So this kind of knowledge and thinking must deeply influence our profession in architecture and urban planning in future to influence the new typology of housing types. We should have a positive thinking for the future, and the changing will be happen, and also must strongly influence that. But on another way, we have to ask ourselves, did our architects really getting this figure, getting this message to know that? I'm not talking about from the real estate market, but I'm talking about the knowledge from the university, from the researcher. We have to very much sensitive to know when we talk about the crisis of our city facing this kind of big issue. There must maintain a critical thinking about the new life for our new typology of our families. So this is the opportunity. This is a good news for our work, and also based on we have to have a larger scale about the climate. Not only in family, but we have to also a larger scale to think about the climate. In London, we know a couple of days later we'll have the climate change conference, but we were thinking that not the macro perspective, but in macro perspective, we all linked together. So this link together, no matter we are in which chain of the globalization, but the chain is a loop. So no matter in which section of our family, of our country is, but this chain in the bigger screen, the bigger map, we are together. So living together not just belongs to the family living together, I suppose. Living together means the whole of the world. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Liu Ken. So can we go to Francis now, just to, and maybe after that, just to close?
Okay, so I think this is an amazing opportunity as well. The inequalities issue has been massive in terms of housing and space for home-based work. In May 2020, when most middle-class people in England were working from home full-time, only 1 in 5 working-class person was, and the infection rate and deaths reflect this, and this particularly impacts disproportionately on Black and minority ethnic communities. And so I think there's a sort of real urgency for structural change in how we think about housing, how we think about the opportunities for allowing people from working class communities to work from home, because there was a systematic prevention that happened 100 years ago when there was very strong disapproval that continues today. And so I think that these statistics are very stark. And in the UK, we've got extraordinary 95% of UK businesses are micro businesses, employing less than 10 people, that most are run from their owner's home or have been at some point, and yet still the working class community isn't really involved and engaged. And so it's a sort of massive moment, opportunity to rethink the relationship between work and home, to start to break down the silos that are so strong, and to reintegrate work into the home and home into the workplace.
Thank you, Francis. So I think with this, we are going to close, and I'm going to give back to Jocelyn and Johanna. I don't know if you want to close, but thank you everyone for your contributions and for a wonderful discussion.
And thank you for the chairs and the panelists. I think it has been a wonderful wrap-up session to have you all here. I was thinking through your presentations and also the chair's comments, trying to gather some thoughts other than the multi-sectorial perspective that Camila was mentioning. I think our commitment with Johanna from the very beginning in our research has been a multi-scalar one. It's been clashy, the way that we try to put together this approach in terms of the different panelists for each session to have a different, forcefully to have a different scalar approach. And this really relates to how we think about housing and the boundary of housing, and the boundary of what is a home today, I think, can be questioned. So it's been super nice to kind of round up with this session where all the terms and thoughts that were put in the other sessions come to a time of drive, and that drive is given by the pandemic. So I think it's been a wonderful opportunity for us to share with you, and we really thank everyone for their really thoughtful and also flexible way of approaching our call.
And I think just if adding to all that that Jocelyn was saying, and to also express my gratitude for your generosity, and Liu for bearing with us from Shanghai especially. We started the How Do We Live London, Santiago, Shanghai symposium with the crisis panel, and crisis as a way to trigger and to recognize certain urgencies that can trigger solutions, or at least ways of thinking about problems, and that allows us to formulate the problems. And I think it was very interesting for me that we ended with this particular crisis that was brought about by COVID-19, that really highlighted in all scales the social, the economic, the political issues around housing, and incredibly interestingly thematized the problems of housing. So I hope that we can use this continuing debate around studying COVID-19 as a way to articulate the issues.
So thank you everyone, especially Liu Kan, for your perseverance and your energy.
And a very special thanks to Camila and Simon, the technical team here at European Cultural Center in Venice, and our audience online and present. Thank you very much.
Bye, thank you.